All right. Good evening, everyone. The time is 5:32 p.m. It is Tuesday, November 18th, and I'm going to call this special City Council meeting to order. Would the City Secretary please call the roll?
Mitchell,
Here.
Heiser, Rizzo,
Present.
Zuniga,
Present.
Harris,
Here.
McKinney, Tobias.
All right, 5 members present. We have a quorum. We only have one item on the agenda tonight, and that for the 5:30 meeting, and that's to recognize Councilmember Zuniga. And then as soon as that meeting adjourns, we're going to have our swearing-in ceremony for the 2 council member elects. I have several folks who are registered to speak, and I'm not sure if everyone here wants to speak on that item or if some folks want to wait and speak at the regular meeting, but you'll have that option. First up is Zachary Carter. We do ask you to limit your comments to 3 minutes. That's fine.
I'm a resident of the Waterleaf Falls subdivision on Holly Grove Street in front of the ongoing water treatment facility that's being constructed. They're expanding the construction right now. It's, I think, scheduled to wrap up in fall of 2027. Right now, every day we have a lot of construction noise in our house. It's shaking our house. We can't look out of our windows without seeing construction vehicles, trailers, all sorts of things. And there was a privacy fence that was erected on the other side of Holly Grove Street. We were wondering if the same accommodations would be possible on the other side of Holly Grove. That's what I just wanted to bring to the council's attention.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, next up is Zachary Barton.
So I don't need to comment on this specific event. It's easier for y'all if I wait.
Yep, that'll be fine. All right, next up is Kevin Dubose.
Good evening, council members. My name is Kevin DeBose. I'm a resident of the South Lake Ranch subdivision, just next to Lehman High School off Bunton Creek Road. This evening, and again, I appreciate the opportunity to speak to you all, and I'll keep it very brief. For historical context, several years ago, no parking signs were erected on the 100 block that prevented the students of Lehman High School from parking all along the street on either side of the street. Those signs have been effective in keeping them from parking in that area. However, since that time, the students have migrated to the 200 block of Lake Washington, and I'll show you very quickly what that looks like for our subdivision. It makes it extremely difficult to get down the street. It's a 2-lane street. And ultimately, we're limited to 1 lane. And oftentimes, you know, if you're going into the subdivision, somebody's coming out, you're having to back up. And everything you see here, that's all Lehman High School students. Very quickly, I can tell you that in doing the research I've done, there's sufficient parking at the high school for them to park. The parking fee is not cost prohibitive, in my opinion. In speaking to the school, they're choosing to park in our subdivision simply out of convenience, so that they can get out quicker and they don't get stuck in the traffic of the school parking. So again, I would just ask the city council to consider the possibility of erecting the no parking signs that are limited from 8 to 5 through certain months of the year to prevent what you see right here from happening. And with that, I'll stop. Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, next up is Daphne Tenorio. Okay, you want to do it later? All right, next up is Nancy Fahey.
My name's Nancy Fahey, and I've lived in Kyle for a very long time. This is to be said about Miguel Zuniga. You know, we could say it to him personally, but I think it needs to be said out and loud so that everyone knows what we think about him and what he has done for us. You know, Councilman Zuniga, you spoke out when you saw or knew something was wrong, and you did that even though you know you're going to get flack from other council people and their minions. And That's admirable. You're a man of integrity, which is in short supply. You never asserted any grandiose personal agenda. You just listened to the citizens and you responded to us. And I wanted to thank you for that. And truth to power.
All right. Next up is Larry Stamp.
Council. Denise, how are y'all doing tonight? Before we get the clock started, I'm going to give the audience an opportunity to clap at the end of my presentation, and I will do so as long as they end that clapping within that 3-minute time frame. All right, the record has to be set with the truth. I'm here on my own behalf as a citizen of this city. None of the organizations I belong to know I'm here, nor do they endorse what I plan on saying. I called Bear Heiser on Friday, October 17th, to offer him a VFW breakfast sponsorship for the following Friday. He immediately attacked me with extreme anger and frustration while using curse words, using the F word several times. His animosity was aimed at deliberately smearing the VFW and Steve Cook. Without any evidence, Bear, with malice, claimed that the VFW had endorsed Courtney Goza for the upcoming elections. Bear also said he wanted nothing to do with the VFW moving forward. I told Bear that was a lie and that no one at the VFW would endorse a candidate on the VFW's behalf, and that it's illegal for the VFW to sponsor or endorse a particular candidate. The VFW makes that fact known every turn. Bear was vulgar, he was thuggish, and he was absent of any professionalism. He said he never wanted to see Steve Cook's face or visit the VFW ever again. He casted disparaging insults upon his opponent, Courtney Goza. The next day, I spoke to Mark McKinney. Mark claimed he heard Steve Cook say that he endorsed Courtney Goza. After further dialogue, Mark conceded that Steve was praising Goza for her participation at the VFW, and that may not have been an actual endorsement, but it sounded like it. That's what he told me. Bear continued his misgivings during a private meeting approximately 2 weeks ago by spewing the same dishonesties about the VFW. Apparently, Mark attended that meeting and failed to offer any corrections to Bear's slander. Bear has no respect for the community at large, the veterans who live here, or any veteran organization, as he continues to use his false narrative for political gain, even after learning the truth. 3 other people in that room heard the Friday morning conversation, including Steve Cook. If Bear says I'm somehow misguided, all 3 have agreed to testify of Bear's words. If Bear denies he said anything negative about the VFW in that private meeting, I believe those would probably testify against him too. Furthermore, had Courtney Goza been endorsed by the VFW, she would have had her endorsement splattered all over her campaign memorabilia. And you would have seen it everywhere. But have you seen a VFW endorsement? Of course not, because the VFW did not endorse her. So Bear, where's your evidence? Bear Heiser has purposely slurred the VFW, bullied Steve Cook, and insulted the entire veteran community by spreading his fraudulent claims and flat-out lies. He's not worthy to hold office.
Thank you. All right, next up is Michael McDonald. Got it here. No.
Good evening. I want to tell Miguel, thank you for your stand. Thank you for your integrity. Thank you for doing what is right, even though it was hard. I think all council members ought to look at Miguel and see how he acted under those harsh situations when people stood up against him. That's what a council member does. That's what a representative does. He doesn't represent himself, he represents others. That might be something that some of you council members ought to take to heart. Thank you.
All right. Next up is Stephanie McDonald.
Good evening, members of council. I'd like to begin by thanking Councilmember Zuniga for his time on the council. He's not only listened to residents' concerns, he's always done so with respect. I've watched him, and even when he's faced with an opposing opinion, he maintains his emotions and he continues to communicate respectfully. Someone once told me that if you want to know a person's character, disagree with them. It speaks volumes. Thank you, Councilmember Zuniga, for standing strong in the face of attacks. You maintained your integrity. I also want to thank him for holding a town hall along with Councilmember Tobias. They were not afraid to meet with residents and answer their questions. You two men are sadly in the minority of our council. As we've seen with previous council members, you don't need to be elected to make a positive change for our city. Our city needs you. Please continue to stand up for residents and consider for running for council again in the future. I also wanted to just I want to agree with what Mr. Larry said, that we need council members that are able to, that have integrity and are able to maintain their emotions. And I've also had similar experiences that he has had with Councilmember Heiser. And I hope that our city makes a positive change. Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, next up is Angelita Tobias.
Good afternoon. My name is Angelita Tobias, and I am a citizen of Hays County. At this time, I'd like to thank Dr. Zuniga for his time with the council. I know for a fact, and I know how hard it is to sit up there and make decisions for the city and for the well-being of everybody, not just for personal gain. I thank you, sir, and I'm proud of you, and you can walk down from the diocese with your head high, your integrity intact. Thank you, sir, and I wish Mrs. Zapata, Señorita Zapata, good luck. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next up is Zach Hall.
Thank you, Council. I just wanted to say a few words on behalf of Councilmember Zuniga. I wanted to thank you for your years of service. In your time on the dais, I have seen you serve all residents of Kyle. I've seen you advocate for seniors. I've seen you advocate for veterans. I've seen you advocate for animals. I've seen you advocate for people on both the east and the west side of Kyle. You've advocated for a rec center that would be available for all Kyle residents to use. You've advocated for better parks. Like was said earlier, you showed up at town hall meetings to speak to residents so they could address their concerns to you. You have been a great council member. You have made Kyle proud. For those of us who grew up in the area, we will always admire you for your service. And I just think you've done a great job. Everything that you faced this past year, I think it would have been very easy for you to just call it quits and not run again, or to run a negative partisan campaign. You didn't do that. You had integrity, you campaigned positively, focusing on issues that matter to the residents of Kyle. I think that's very important. In the last days of campaign, I saw you campaigning with Chevo Pastrano Sr., which I think speaks volumes to your character and integrity, because he, like you, served Kyle with pride. And so I think you should be very proud of that he was willing to campaign on your behalf. I thank you for your service. You have done a great job. You leave very, very big shoes to fill. And like the previous speaker said, I wish Ms. Zapata luck. But I know you did a good job, and I'm very thankful for that. And I think a lot of Kyle residents will remember you for your years of public service to all the residents of Kyle. So thank you.
All right, thank you. That's all the citizen comments forms that I have. Is there anyone else who wishes to come forward?
Good evening, members of council. I just want to say happy Tuesday. Thank you guys for your service. I want to congratulate the two new council members that we're going to be swearing in, Melissa Medina and Claudia Zapata. I'm kind of excited to see where this council is going to go from there. But what I come here for tonight is to say thank you to Mr. Zuniga for his service, and I don't take that lightly. I remember sitting exactly where you sat in 2023, and you sit there with a broken heart because you've done everything that you could for your city, and yet you're still not going to be there. And so I hope you understand and you recognize the fact that you made some changes on this council, whether or not the outcome was what you wanted or what we had all hoped. You opened the doors for future council members and for the ethics issues that we have within our city. And so my advice to anybody that's walking away from this dais in this election is to go back and look at yourself before you were elected, because I think after serving for a while, people's egos or their power trips, whatever it is, it tends to get the better of them. And so taking some time off, I know for me, was a true blessing. It made me realize who it was that I served, why I served, and changed the outlook of moving forward of how I would serve. And so to Councilmember Zuniga, this is not goodbye, it is goodbye for now. And I hope that we can see you elected sometime in the near future. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Is there anyone else who wishes to come forward and speak?
Good evening, Council. Sorry I snuck in a little late here. I came from downtown Austin. First, I wanted to say a sincere congratulations to Miss Medina. I wish you all the best, and I hope that you live up to your campaign slogan on your signs of being a positive voice for change for Kyle. I genuinely wish you the best, and I look forward to seeing you up there. Also, I wanted to say, Councilmember Zuniga, thank you so much for your 3 years of service. And then I also wanted to say a very sincere and excited congratulations to Claudia Zapata. It's probably no secret to anybody here that she and I are good friends. And I'm really excited to see what she does on council. When I think of Claudia, I think of a sunflower, because not only is she bright and positive and loves the color yellow, but they're also very resilient. They can grow in many different kinds of soil, including the clay soil that we have here in a lot of parts of Kyle. And Claudia exhibits resilience in her everyday life and throughout this campaign. She has gone through a lot in her personal life, and she certainly went through a lot of negativity in this campaign, but she came through on the other side victorious and ready to get stuff done for Kyle. So I am really excited to see her serve, and I am so glad that you won. So congratulations, and thank you, Mr. Zuniga, and congratulations to Miss Medina. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Is there anyone else? Mr. Rocha.
Good evening, Council. Mayor, I'm Kenneth Rocha, hometown Kyle. I want to say thank you, Dr. Zuniga. You didn't have to listen. I'm one voice, one person on the west side. I understand the challenge that each of you have sitting in the spotlight and hearing noise from all different directions, but you did it with grace. You did it with a sincere openness to at least hearing potentially opposition. There were several times I came to you not happy with the decision, but you at least listened from a different and open to a different perspective. So thank you. This will not be the end. We'll be coming to you to fully participate and tap into the knowledge that you have gained with your time on council. But each of you, thank you. I know it's a challenge to be up there. So thank you for the time, the effort, the energy. It really does mean a lot. But thank you, Dr. Zuniga. It means a lot.
All right, is there anyone else? All right, seeing none, we're going to move on to the only agenda item, which is recognition of Councilmember District 3, Miguel Zuniga, for his service. Mr. Zuniga said he had some remarks. We want to go first, and then after that, I'll open up to council.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Thank you to everyone here. Yeah, I want to go through a few comments quickly, some commentary. Then I want to read my small farewell speech. and then I just want to open it up to council, see what y'all have to say. So 3 years, they went by so fast, and I'm grateful to all our staff, employees, departments. I know that I'm going to leave a lot out: Kyle PD, Emergency Department, Parks and Rec, Public Works, wastewater group, everybody for teaching me how to be a better council member and a better person over the last 3 years. It was challenging. No matter if you win or lose, elections are tough, but it takes a lot of courage and self-perseverance to make it through on the council. So it was also very hard personally, to myself, my family, to my friends, to my career. But no matter what, it's worth it in the end. And I wouldn't change a thing, because you're giving back the best version of yourself to our city. And I believe I accomplished that. I'm proud of my effort and work that I did to serve our community. I'm proud to have been a member of this council and team. We collectively worked with staff. We made tough decisions, but decisions that we believed were in the best interest for our residents and city. We accomplished many great projects, too many to list. A new senior center, an all skates park, Lake Kensington, new parks buildings, an animal adoption center, new developments that are going to change the face of Kyle, new roads, and much more. All of this is going to benefit our community forever, and I'm really proud to have been a member of this team that got those things done. We didn't waste our time. I feel like we were aggressive, and we made those tough decisions together. To the council, to the mayor, I'll always have great respect for you, Mr. Mayor, and for your work ethic and your dedication and service and the commitment that you did to study these developments. I learned a lot from you. The way that you tackled new projects to make sure that the right amount of spending was going on, it's something that I learned from. And I'm always going to be appreciative of serving with you as a mayor who took that to heart. There were tough decisions, but I wouldn't change any of them, because we all wanted together what was best to create a very special home of Kyle here for everyone. To staff, never stop investing and seeing things that are better for our residents. It was an honor to be a part of this group, to work with you on all of these projects. And again, I just want to say thank you for the respect, the dignity, and professionalism all of you demonstrated to me and this city. Those are just comments that I didn't want to leave out. So this is my farewell letter. As I conclude my 3 years of service on the City Council, I want to express my deepest gratitude to our community and to everyone who supported me along the way. Serving this city has truly been one of my greatest honors of my life. Growing up in this small town, I've seen and been part of both its past and its future. Watching our community grow while having the opportunity to serve, it has been something truly special. From day one, it was never about me, but always about the residents and the community we call home. Every decision and every challenge were guided by the desire to make a difference for the people who make this city what it is. If I look back at the things I've accomplished, serving on the City Council stands among my greatest honors. My childhood self would be proud to see how far I've come, from humble beginnings to helping shape the future of the very community that raised me. Throughout this journey, I've worked to show integrity, dedication, and heart in everything I did. I'll always keep the best interest of our residents at the center of my efforts. I'm deeply grateful for the friendships, the partnerships, and the sense of family that I now have in this city. These bonds are what make our community so strong and remind me of why public service matters. My heart is really full now. This opportunity made my dreams come true, and I hope that through my work, I've been a positive role model for other kids who come from similar beginnings, proof that with perseverance and purpose, anything is possible. One of my proudest moments, this is personal, was hearing my 6-year-old son start talking about road projects and city improvements at home. A reminder that leadership and civic pride can begin at any age. As this chapter comes to a close, I look forward to some well-deserved rest and family time and focusing on some new private projects and startups that continue driving innovation, growth, and opportunity. I wish my fellow council members and the newly elected council all the best as they continue working for the good of our city. It has truly been an honor to serve and to be part of the City of Kyle's story. Thank you for your trust, your encouragement, and partnership. The future is bright, and I'll always be proud to have been a part of this community's journey. And one other thing. In my first language, I want to say, yo siempre voy a estar agradecido por el honor de servir mi pueblo. Mis intentos siempre eran de ser un mejor futuro para la genera que sigue atrás de mí. En mi tiempo, ahora es un tiempo de política cambio y vamos a fortalecer nuestra historia para lo mejor de nosotros y nuestra comunidad. So just wanted to say that in the Spanish words. That's what I have for council and for the community. So I'll listen to y'all's thoughts up here. And again, guys, I had a lot of fun. I'm going to miss the fun we had. I'm going to miss the conversations of the collaboration collectively. And it's something very special to serve. Not everybody has this opportunity, so I would encourage residents to get involved, run for office, and be part of the change that you want to see, because it's something that you will always appreciate. Those are my final thoughts.
All right. Councilmember Tobias.
All right. Zuniga, we've had some great times these last 3 years, and a lot of deep conversations. And you showed great perseverance, and then remember how much you advocated for Waterleaf and the parks. And but one of the things that I remember the most is your bringing your awareness about fentanyl crisis and bringing those families up. That really meant a lot. But I also want to thank you for when it was coming time for our town hall meetings. I reached out and you came on board and helped me out with that. And how many takes did we take in the videos out there? We took like 32 takes just to get our video done right. But when you started speaking Spanish on your video, that showed right there the diversity and that you had on that, and reaching out to all the residents of or not only just in our community, but for our Hispanic community. So I appreciate you doing that. But I also want to say to Roxanne, I wanted to say thank you for allowing your husband to serve with us. You should be very proud of your husband for what he's done. And kiddos, the same thing. Your kids are there. Every time you go to Waterleaf Park, your father had a big part in that. So be proud of your daddy, okay? He put a lot of time and effort, and I know he was away a lot when y'all were doing tournaments or y'all having games. But Roxanne and the Zuniga family, thank you very much for supporting him in this role. And thank you, Zuniga. Appreciate it as well.
Anyone else? Councilmember Harris.
I remember meeting you in the parking lot at Tobias Elementary when we were putting out campaign signs and visiting with you. I have thoroughly enjoyed serving with you. I appreciate that you consider me your friend. It's going to be sad without you here. A little less challenging, perhaps, I don't know. You always had a viewpoint that you were willing to express. It wasn't always my viewpoint, but you did it well, and you did it with friendship and kindness. And I appreciate that very, very much. And thank you for the time you've spent.
Councilman Rizzo.
All right, Miguel, where do we start? So the first time we met was on the campaign trail. You were running against me, and you and I had a really good conversation, and we started talking about how much we both cared about Kyle. And I'll never forget that because we started communicating that day, and you ended up winning that race, and I was really proud for you. I was really happy that another Latino was taking that spot. There's a part that, you know, I haven't shared with the public is that I was really proud of you. You ran a really good campaign. I thought you did a great job, and you deserved that win. I want to tell you that I did mean that evening when you got sworn in was the first thing I told you. I said, if you ever need help or counsel, I'm there, and I will give you an honest answer. I will never give you a one-sided answer. And to this day, I've done that. I've done it from day one to this day. That year that I was off of council, you could always pick up the phone and call me, and I appreciate that. I hope I continue to, no matter what our futures hold, I hope that we continue to pick up the phone and call each other. I'm gonna miss our after the meeting Monday, what do you call it, Wednesday morning phone calls, where we called each other and we talked about what happened that night and what we thought about it. Was really, really great. I'm gonna miss those phone calls, but we can still call each other. Let's have fun. Let's have fun with this. But the other thing is, I'm gonna thank you, I mean, for believing. I mean, when I got back to the council, you told me that you felt like we were a little stagnant. And I told you, just wait, we're gonna do some great things. A couple of parks later, some road bonds, some roads getting built, a lot of things that we've been able to accomplish on this dais. You said it right. We did some great things in the last 2 years. And it's because we were able to work together. We didn't always agree, but we found a way to come together and work for the betterment of the city, for the people that we serve. And that's really, really important. We're not always gonna be, we're not a bunch of robots up here, well, like some people think. We all have our own opinions. We have our own minds. You've seen the backroom discussions and and you know how we all feel, you know, that we're all independent. And somehow we came together and we continue to build some amazing projects. We've got great roadways coming in. We've got 2.4 million gallons of water coming in now. Think about all the accomplishments you've been a part of. Think about everything that has your name on it, that you had a part of it. That's going to be there forever. I want you to be proud of your accomplishments. I want you to be proud of the work you did. I want you to be proud of everything that you did while you were on your time on council. And you said it right. The time on council is never guaranteed. It's short, but what you do in that time, what lasting impact you have on the people you serve is what's going to last forever. People aren't going to remember us once we're off this dais. They're going to, but when they're driving down the roads, when they're turning on the tap, and when you see the kids playing in the park, you're going to have a self-reliance of feeling good inside your heart. Because I know I've been there. I've been off the dais for a year. I know what it's like. But when you see the projects that you were a part of, and it's making an impact on your community, that's where you feel that feeling. That's going to make you feel good. And I promise you, you're going to have that feeling for the rest of your life when you're going by the parks and you see kids playing, when you see traffic congestions lessen. You had a part of that. I want you to be proud of your time on this dais. And, you know, one of the things I want to tell you is that in 145 años de la historia de Kyle, muy poquitos hispanos han servido en este dais. Tú has tenido la oportunidad y tú te portaste bien para los futuros nuestros hijos, para que puedan saber qué es lo de servir con honor. So, tienen pie en eso. Soy bien orgulloso de ser tu amigo y a servir contigo. Eres mi hermano, nacimos aquí en Kyle, aquí estamos, ¿verdad? So, siempre. Sorry, I'm breaking up a little bit. But just know that I'm really proud of you. And you did a really, really great thing. And I'm really happy. The future holds great things for you. I know God has a plan for you. He has a plan for all of us. And just trust in his plan, and you're going to be fine, my brother. All right?
All right, anyone else? Councilmember McKinney.
I don't know what else to say that I haven't already told you in person, but I just want to take the opportunity to say thank you. There was never a time where I felt like you weren't doing the job that you felt was right for the citizens of Kyle. I always felt like you loved the community. I always felt like you were doing like what you, in your heart, you thought was best. So I want to thank you for the way that you serve. I look forward to serving with you in other areas of our lives. You know, you and I, we ain't going anywhere. I just want to say I love you, brother. Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Yeah. Miguel, you know, we came in together and we've served every day together. Well, actually, you got a 2-week head start on me, but for the most part, we've been in here lockstep, and I will, there are very specific things about you that I will never forget, and the things that make you unique, and you've brought some things to my attention that I will carry with me for a long, long time. And please don't stop sending me late night pictures of all the things that you want to bring to Kyle. You know, it's always entertaining to see where his head's at 11:30 at night, like on a Tuesday. But you know, you've done a fantastic job, and I agree with what I think Mark encapsulated it really well. Is you always did what you thought was in the best interests of the city, and you know, thank you for just being you. Like, people have asked me about you, and the one thing that I always say is, you know, I think that's more important than anything else is you're a great man and you're an excellent father, and those are two things about you that I think are the most important that people should never overlook. So thank you for your service.
All right. Well, we don't have very much time left. We're already a little behind schedule for the swearing in, so I'll keep my remarks brief. Councilman Zuniga, I've enjoyed, just as everyone here has said, I've really enjoyed serving with you over these last 3 years. It's been quite the journey that you've been on, and I've enjoyed seeing that journey transpire. You lead with your whole heart. That's probably what encapsulates you from my perspective. Your whole heart, and that's hard to do because you feel vulnerable when you do that, but you've taken risks when you thought that something needed to be done or something needed to be said, whether it was to hold your colleagues accountable or against supporters who wanted you to act one way and you acted a different way because you felt like that was right. That's character and that's integrity personified. When you're willing to make anyone in the room mad because you think you're doing what's right. There's nothing else that I could hope for in a colleague. And you've carried and embodied that for 3 years. That's the highest praise that I know how to give someone. And I have also very much enjoyed the camaraderie and the conversations that we've had many times through the weeks and months and years. And so they say that getting elected is like passing through a veil, and when you leave office, it's like falling off a cliff. But it's something that everyone goes through, both coming in and leaving. And I know you're going to find that maybe the next meeting or two, or maybe even later on this evening when you're watching and things are tense and folks are upset, you're like, I'm so glad that I don't have to be there tonight. So there's a lot of happiness on the other side, and that's something that I can say with confidence because I've seen that with so many folks who've left the dais. And to your family also, Roxanne and your kids, it is a family affair. When you have a family, they all take it personally when things are tough, and they all have to make sacrifices in order for you to be here to serve your community. And so you're going to get him back a little bit. That maybe that's a good thing, though. So anyway, gonna miss you, sir. All right, y'all ready to move on to swearing in? All right. Motion to adjourn. Oh, hang on, one more thing real quick. Sorry. We, on behalf of I always forget this part, but on behalf of the City of Kyle and the Kyle City Council, as well as the city manager and staff, we have a going away memento. It in no way encapsulates all the value that you provided to this community, but it's something to remember. So thank you for all your service. All right, so that concludes the meeting. We're going to grab Mike. Oh, yeah, we're going to get a picture down here with Dr. Zuniga, and then we'll do a swearing in. Thank you for your patience, Judge. Really appreciate that very much. And so we'll get started with that in about just 2 minutes. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. The time is 6:28. It is Tuesday, November 18th, and I'm going to call this special city council meeting to order. Will the city secretary please call roll?
Mitchell. Heiser.
Here.
Medina.
Present.
Zapata.
Present.
Harris.
Here.
McKinney.
Here.
Tobias.
Present.
All right, we have 6 members present. We have a quorum at this time. We ask anyone in the audience who wishes to come forward to speak, please do so. We ask that you limit your comments to 3 minutes and that you direct those comments to the mayor and council. We also ask that you fill out a citizen comments form and submit that to either myself or the city secretary. Up first, we have Michelle Zalmeyer. But I don't see Michelle. Okay, okay, that's fine.
I think maybe
All right,
some of these
up
were
next
intending
we have,
to do
we'll
the
come
next
back
session.
to Michelle. Let's go to Zachary Barton.
Hello, everybody. Council members, new council members, city staff, thanks for being here. My name is Zachary Barton. I'm a Kyle resident and at least 4th generation in my family to own a business here in downtown Kyle. And I'm here to give you a specific event related to that business that I need your help with. And I would like to use that specific event to demonstrate why funding the flock system that y'all are likely going to hear about later, I think was a bad idea, and that it's an even worse idea to expand that with continued police surveillance using AI. So I think first it's a false narrative to say that more surveillance makes us safer. So first of all, like I said, I run Barton Financial Group. I'm a financial planner and I run an investment firm. So in September of 2024, so that is more than a year ago, a fraudulent transfer was made from one of our client accounts and money transferred to a JP Morgan Chase bank account. So the client is a nice grandmother, multi-generational resident of Kyle. So I'll spare you the details, but the bad actor tried to steal over $100,000 from my client's investment account and also a Wells Fargo checking account. So we identified the fraud, we froze the accounts, and we kept the total stolen assets to about $1,200. So I was able to identify the bank account the account number at Chase that this thief transferred the money to. And he even had another client who was a judge who would have helped speed along any warrants needed. So in other words, I had all the data the police department should need for a speedy and successful investigation. Here we are, a year later, and they've accomplished nothing. So they failed to ever even successfully process the warrant that would have, to find the name of the owner of the thief's account I found, right? I gave them all the information they would need. So my client still doesn't know if it was a digital hack or a local caregiver who stole her money. So I know these tech companies may claim, and the police department may claim, that if they just had more or better data, they could keep us all safer. But I'm giving you a concrete example of a time when the police department had all the data they needed, and they still were unable to do their jobs. So my ask is, please do not waste taxpayer money by falling for these arguments. Please do not give the police department more power over its citizens until it has proven it can work in service of its citizens. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Up next, we have Michelle Zellmeyer.
Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem and Council. My name is Michelle Zellmeyer, and I'm a resident of Kyle District 4. I'm here tonight to speak about Agenda Item 29 regarding KPD's contract with Axon. I have seen information posted online about this contract, and I'm here tonight to urge you all to set the record straight for citizens about what this contract entails, particularly as it applies to use of current and future AI technology in policing. Having previously been married to a KPD officer, I have heard firsthand how council's investments in police technology upgrades have substantially benefited the day-to-day work of patrol officers. I have also followed council meetings and am aware of at least one independent evaluation of KPD's operations, which presented strong data related to future projected staffing needs of the department. And I see that with increased staffing comes the need for increased equipment and advanced technology. I lost my place. At the same time, we are living in an era where government overreach into private lives of citizens is a serious concern. Posts online about this contract say our police will be mandated to use AI technology as it becomes available, despite none of us knowing what that could actually look like in practice. Having read the contract myself, I didn't see anything that states our police department would be mandated for the next 10 years to adopt every advance in AI technology, but I believe our residents would like more information about exactly what we would be signing up for in terms of this mandated use of AI technology. And I would additionally propose that the city create a committee on AI technology oversight, as we all know that AI is not going away. And that transparency in the use of AI technology will continue to be a point of discussion in years ahead. While I understand the cost benefit of locking into a 10-year contract, I am concerned that we don't know what this technology will bring over the next 10 years, and I urge the council to make sure protections are in place in the agreement for residents' privacy and civil liberties, while at the same time also securing our officers' ability to have the best equipment and technology to do their jobs in a transparent way. I am asking you all to please carefully consider every risk and benefit of this contract prior to committing to it for the next decade. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Up next, we have Yvonne Florescale.
Good evening, members of council. I'm just here to speak about a couple agenda items. I'm going to start with the one that's at the end, and then I'll go back. So agenda item 30, the city's asking council to approve hiring a developer to work on the city-owned pad at the Heroes Memorial Park, the restaurant site. According to the city's backup material, $48.3 million have already been invested in this area since 2020. At least half of that came from general fund, but since this area is a tax increment reinvestment zone, that means 50% of the city and county property taxes are reinvested to develop this area. We should all be asking, where else in Kyle is there this kind of investment? Also, why does the city need to hire an outside developer? Doesn't the brick and mortar site already have a developer? Not to mention the fact that the city has its own economic development department. Why doesn't the city rely on them? I tried to find out how much the proposed developer will cost, but the backup didn't provide that information in the time I had to review it, and I was limited on time. On another note, all TERS actions are supposed to go through the TERS board, which is made up of the city council and 2 county commissioners. However, the backup doesn't clarify whether they have reviewed or approved this. Agenda item 15, the city is proposing to annex the Pocket Park area where the Porter Oak will be relocated. That land was originally part of Six Creeks, but according to the backup, it was purchased by the city, yet there's no info on when it was purchased or if there was a cost. Agenda items 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, and 26. Ask council to give the city manager full authority to execute all documents to purchase several easements. The combined total for these easements is $710,579, plus an undisclosed amount for, quote, reasonable closing costs. In other words, residents won't see the real total unless they file an open records request. That doesn't feel transparent. I'm also curious whether the city is using a real estate agent for these transactions. I would ask that council address these questions during their discussion. On a side note, Cypress Forest is set to receive $30,000 for 0.1147 acres. That's less than 0.2. I hope council reviews their appraisals to see how that compares to what the city's paid for the hometown land that's similar in hometown Kyle. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Up next, we have Domingo Castillo.
My name is Domingo Castilleja, and I was a little late, so I missed the early procedures. And what I'd like to say about Mr. Miguel Zuniga, I'd like to express my serious appreciation for his time in service. Serving in diocese is not an easy task. Sometimes you have to make decisions that are not very popular, but that's the name of the game. But he served, he helped us a lot in nonprofit organizations, and for that, I'll always respect him for that. So I think he left already, but hopefully he's live streaming it. And I'd like to thank him for his service to our city. Thank you. And I think some people here are talking about already about surveillance, flock cameras and all that. Well, I believe in the use of cameras. And I'm not sure why people are so scared about them. You go to the retail stores, there's cameras there. Go to almost every house in Kyle, there's cameras there. You go to the Fiesta, there's cameras there. And I've been in service, and you think flock is the only cameras they have available to if they want to trace somebody? Well, the government has a lot more powerful cameras than the flock cameras. So once again, I see what can happen when you start controlling the police about what they can use and what they cannot use. Case in point, in Austin, Texas, when they did the same thing, well, the crime got so rapid, they had to hire DPS to go up there and help them out to control the crime. So that's what I'm afraid is going to happen here in Kyle. I know most of the people in the police department, the police chief, assistant police chief, and I have all faith in them. They know what they're doing. So once again, I believe in the use of flock cameras, and I'll continue to do so. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Up next, we have Daphne Tenorio.
Hello, my name is Daphne Tenorio. I proudly serve as the Hays County Treasurer, a division director for the Texas Treasurers Association, and as a Texas Association of Counties Legislative Committee member. But some of my most important titles I have ever held have been Mama, Mother, and now Bruh. November is Adoption Awareness Month. It is a time dedicated to raising awareness about the important role people in all areas of child welfare play in supporting children, youth, and families. And this is my family's foster care adoption story. During my tenure as a councilwoman here in Kyle, I was notified of a friend of my daughter's who was experiencing a family crisis. The child needed to be placed in a home outside of her own. This was our first experience with the Texas Department of Family and Protective Services, CPS. We completed our background checks and agreed to follow CPS rules. This was an informal placement as CPS had limited supervision on this case. As is the goal with CPS, the family was reunited with their child. An informal placement does not require CPS licensing. About a year later, we were notified of a family member who was having a personal issue. We were asked if we could contact CPS and have the child stay with us. We agreed. We again completed our background checks and agreed to follow CPS rules. This placement was a formal placement with CPS known as a kinship placement. A kinship placement does not require CPS licensing, and eventually the child was reunited with her family. A few months later, I was sitting with my husband and I told him I wasn't done yet. I told him I wanted to continue offering soft landings for children in need, and he agreed. We began by contacting a CPA, a child placement agency, that had been referred to us by our kinship CPS case manager. We attended our classes, completed another round of background checks, and fingerprinting. There are 4 levels of licensing. They're basic, moderate, specialized, and medical. It's just dependent on the child's needs. And we were officially licensed as a basic level of care family, eventually becoming licensed as a specialized level of care family, and we waited. So you don't automatically get a child just because you've been licensed. That's not how it works. So what happens is your applications are put into CPS, there's a call that's done, you have a family background check done, and a study and pictures and all this, and they send them to CPS and they choose. So we waited for a while, we hadn't heard anything, and then one morning, I was having breakfast with my bestie, whose husband happens to be sitting on the dais, and I said, today is the day. And sure enough, while we were at breakfast, I got a phone call from our child placement agency talking about a 4-year-old girl and a 5-year-old boy sibling set. They asked if I wanted to submit our family information.
All right, thank you. We're going to let her continue. Up next, we have Willie Tenorio.
Thank you. So they asked if I wanted to submit our family, and I said, of course. So 6 years ago, on April 9th, it was an early evening. My kitchen table had our child placement agency placement director sitting there. Our living room had a CASA, a court-appointed special advocate, and our ad litem attorney who were assigned to the children. My best friend was there because she was going to be their teacher the next day. And my husband and I were extremely anxious. Suddenly, the doorbell rang. I opened the door, and 2 littles pushed open the door. They ran up the stairs, they ran down the stairs, they ran to the kitchen, they ran to the living room. It was chaos, all while we were signing our paperwork with CPS. To say it was a whirlwind was an understatement. Eventually, the paperwork was signed and everyone left. We went from being a family of 4 to being a family of 6. That May, our son graduated from college. That June, our daughter graduated from high school. That August, we enrolled a pre-kindergartner and a kindergartner student into school. We started all over again. I'd like to say it was an easy-peasy, smooth transition, but I can't. We had a lot of bumps, but we have overcome them, and we continue to overcome as a family. One day, Bella, who's my daughter, said, we were watching TV, and she's laying on my lap, and she looked at me, and she said, Mama, what was it like having me in your tummy? I didn't know quite what to say. And I looked at her and I told her, God put you in your mommy's tummy and he put you in my heart. He grew you in both places because he knew one day you were going to need to come to me and live here. And she was content with this answer. Why am I sharing this story? Why do I do this year after year? I do this because I'm hopeful that there is one family out there who has had this in their heart and has been thinking about it and needs that extra encouragement. So that's why I do this. On April the 9th, we celebrated our 4-year familyversary. It's been 4 years since our babies stole our name. It's been 6 years since they stole our hearts. I'm going to leave you with one last story. I was sitting at our kitchen table doing paperwork, and Bella came up to me, and she looked down at her little feet, and she said, Mama? And I said, yes, baby. She said, do you remember the first day I got here with the lady, and there were all these people here? And I said, yes, baby, I remember. And she got very, very quiet. She shuffled her little feet, and she said, Mama, I was scared. And I picked up her little head, and I looked at that beautiful little face, and I told her, so was I. Anybody who's interested in doing this, reach for your heart and do it. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Is there anyone else who wishes to come up and speak? All right.
Do I give this to you?
Yeah, I'll take it. Thank you. All right, up next we have Dakota Norton.
First, by show of hands, does anyone here care about mental health care in the city of Kyle? Anybody? Anybody at all? Okay. So I recently experienced our city's mental health crisis response and just want to share that. A few months ago, due to stress and other factors, I had a bipolar episode and my wife believed I was a danger to myself. She called 911. After the events of that evening, she's made it clear that she will not do that again because she believes the city's response put me at more risk of danger than my own mental health. After she called, 2 large police officers with guns on their hips burst into our garage, handcuffed me, walked me down the sidewalk in front of our neighbors to their squad car, lights and sirens blazing, and drove me off as if I was some sort of criminal for locking myself alone in my own garage to get some space and calm down. They dumped me at the hospital where I was forcibly stripped of my clothing. They took my cell phone. They denied me food. They took my blood under duress without proper consent. They gave me no mental health services like a psychological evaluation, counseling, therapy. They did nothing except stick me in front of a television for 5 hours while 2 security guards gave me rude looks, and then they released me after midnight. My wife was at home with our 2 young children, unable to contact me during those 5 hours. I had to Uber home from the other side of the highway, and the Kyle Uber program didn't apply because it only works on the cheapo rides that weren't available at that hour. What's more, I later received a hospital bill for $250 for this meaningless and entirely unhelpful experience. If anything, this had a negative effect on my personal mental health. My understanding is that Kyle does have daytime mental health officers on staff, which seems like a cruel joke because most mental health crises occur at night. I am fortunate and privileged to still be doing okay, but it is very clear why our country seems to struggle with mental health. I recently heard a story of police arriving at the home of a disabled autistic person laying in their own yard inside of a fence, holding a knife, and those police shot him 14 times within the first minute they arrived, and I hope that doesn't happen in Kyle. In reference to the Axon contract that everyone's talking about, I think before we start paying more money, more city money, so that the police department can arrest more residents, I think we need to invest in helping our residents with more unarmed social workers to address mental health crises at all hours of the day. If any of you on council who raised your hand earlier are serious people, you know how to contact me. I would be more than happy to help you all address this problem for the city of Kyle. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. So now citizen comments is closed. Do you have a floor? Okay. Sure. Yeah, well, there's another opportunity too at 7. It's up to you. Okay.
I think so.
Go ahead.
Okay.
All right, up next we have David Moss.
Good evening. My name is David Moss. I'm here to speak on agenda item number 29 regarding the proposed Axon agreement. I became aware of this agreement yesterday and spent some time marking up for comments or for concerns in the cost and execution. The total cost of this contract is approximately $7 million, about $1.8 million of which is for the Axon AI Era plan. This will account for 66% of the annual increase for Axon services and around $200,000 a year. The AI Era plan is a subscription-based service with no guaranteed future deliverables outside of the ones existing today. Per the agreement, Axon reserves the right to amend the AI Technologies Appendix, and continued use of Axon services constitutes customer acceptance regardless of substantive changes, which means in addition to potentially not adding any new tools throughout the duration of the agreement, they can also take tools away, and there's no contractual recourse for the customer, as payment obligations are non-cancelable and the customer must pay invoices without set-off deduction or withholding per the agreement. In effect, we're investing money into Axon in the hope that we see a return from a technology that is yet to prove reliable. Regarding data collection and use, the AI technology appendix states early in the scope and the customer responsibilities that Axon will not use customer content to train their models unless the customer elects or actively opts in for programs involving data sharing. The Axon Customer Experience Improvement Program appendix, however, hides the statement that by default, customer will be a participant in Tier 1 customer content extraction for use in development of Axon products. Although Axon promises to make commercially reasonable efforts to de-identify and protect customer content, they may also transfer that content to third-party subcontractors for storage. Since Axon will not be held liable for any delay or failure to perform due to a cause beyond their reasonable control, an argument can be made to free themselves of liability for a data breach of third-party storage provider that they choose. The cloud service's uptime performance credit is subject to an SLA that may change at any time without customer confirmation. Axon does not guarantee accuracy or claim liability for misinformation given through policy chat. There's no performance metrics for AI draft, brief, or auto-translate technologies, and the customer is responsible for all AI outputs. Axon even controls the video from your drones and reserves the right to use it in any purpose. This agreement is credibly one-sided for being something that will be locked into for 10 years, and I suggest you do not sign it as is and put it through several rounds of scrutiny, as I found all this in one pass. Buying and implementing these kinds of systems is what I do for a living, and going through it, I just felt that I would never sign this agreement as it was, and I wanted to let you guys know that. So, thank you.
All right, thank you. Mr. McDonald? Thank you. All right, up next we have Michael McDonald.
Good evening. We have a new council here, so I would like to get off on a good note here. Thank you. Congratulations on your wins. Appreciate that very much. I want to speak about the organizational chart, the City of Kyle organizational chart. At the top of the chart, as I've mentioned several times before, are the citizens of Kyle. That's all these people out here. The City Council answers to the citizens of Kyle. Now, I bring up this chart. This is probably the 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th time that I brought up the organizational chart. There's a reason. We come up here, we speak to things that we have concerns about, and it goes in one ear and out the other. You guys are representatives. You don't vote what you want, you vote what the people want. You represent other people. That's what your job is. And the sad part is, that's not what's been happening for the past several years. You have had people up here that have voted what they want. They don't care what the other people say. I live in District 4. I've never seen my representative. Never. I've never had a call from the representative. Now, I called her one time, and we went out to have some coffee. But you represent the people. The sad part is, you don't represent the people. That's the sad part. The people elected you to speak for them. And it's very aggravating to come up here and speak about all different things, and nothing happens, nothing changes. It's the same old, same old. It's really, really sad, because you're my representatives. You guys represent the City of Kyle. We're in a big mess right now, in case y'all didn't know that. I mean, we have over a $600 million budget for a city of 75,000 people. That's not my fault. You guys don't listen. If I thought you were listening, I wouldn't even come up here and speak anymore. I wouldn't. But I feel that I need to come up here and speak and just remind you, you represent us. And I believe you ought to be respectful to us as your representatives, and you ought to listen to what we have to say. You'd be surprised at what you might hear sometimes. I'm done. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Is there Anybody else? Okay. Up next, we have Luther Coleman.
Okay. I'm going to keep it real brief. Hi, everybody, and thanks for being on the council. Appreciate that. I just want to say I'm not going to repeat what everybody else has been saying about the Axon. My question is this: $7 million. How many police officers can we hire for the next 7 years with $7 million that would be providing human assistance and that could take advantage of this growing AI that right now, $7 million, a couple of years from now, they'll be like, boy, did you guys get ripped off. That's all I have to say. Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much. All right. Up next, we have Tom Arnold.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I'm here to speak about agenda number 29, I believe, the Axon contract. So I am a current resident of Kyle and a lifelong Texan. I'm a senior at the University of Texas at San Antonio, earning a bachelor's degree in computer science with a concentration in cybersecurity and AI. I am also a veteran, having served 4 years as an infantryman in the Marine Corps. During my service, I conducted technology research with the Department of the Navy's Office of Naval Research. So with that being said, I have a little insight and experience with AI, I believe. And from my point of view, this contract is not a great idea, especially being 10 years. You don't know what law enforcement or AI will be in 10 years, let alone one. So it's an ever-evolving field. Some of the cloud services privacy notices. By using Axon Cloud Services, customer acknowledges that customer has read and understands this notice. Axon may occasionally update this notice. When Axon posts changes, Axon will revise the last updated date at the top of this page. Customers' continued use of Axon Cloud Services will signify customers' acknowledgement and to the extent allowed by law agreement to and acceptance of any such changes. So, how do we know what changes are being made, and in the interest of the citizens of Kyle, Texas, how will that affect us in our privacy, in our day-to-day lives? How do we know that we are secure here in our own town, own city? Here's another bit from them, from their Trust Center. Ethical by design. AI-generated outputs never bypass human review, ensuring accountability, fairness, and responsible AI decision-making. Who's this going through? Who are we sure that they have the best judgment in what is right and wrong when given an AI response? Because maybe they trust the AI completely. Maybe they don't. And so can this be manipulated in any way, any form? You have to look deeper into this. It's not as plain as it seems. So final thoughts. We do not know where law enforcement or AI will be in 5 to 10 years. There's no guarantee that this technology is safe or trustworthy. Axon can put out all the policy and privacy statements that it wants. They should not be trusted at face value. It is important to understand the places that these technologies can lead to. We want to feel safe in our communities, but what is the price we are willing to pay? The slow dismantling of our individual freedoms and privacy? Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Thank you. All right, up next we have Jordan Presley.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen of the council and of Kyle. I'm going to take a second to introduce myself. My name is Jordan Presley Stobie. I'm a veteran of the United States Army. I was a satellite communications operator maintainer while in the Army. After I got out, I was a network specialist and a system administrator for United States Special Operations Command. All of that to say I have a little bit of insight into computing, networking, and information technology as a whole. I come to you tonight to warn against signing a 10-year contract with Axon. The people of Texas are patriots, and as such are very fond of their freedoms and of their natural resources. Signing this contract with Axon can put both of those things in jeopardy. The citizens' right to privacy and against unwarranted surveillance and the environmental impact of generative AI are what I'm going to be focusing on in my statement tonight. The Fourth Amendment of the United States Constitution and the Privacy Act of 1974 both protect the citizens of the United States against surveillance and wiretapping without probable cause or warrant. Axon Enterprises requires large data sets to train its AI, which are supplied by cities that it partners with. This deal between Axon and the city of Kyle will give Axon access to all police and 911 records, as well as any video recorded on the body cameras that the officers wear. It's pertinent that I mention also that Axon Enterprises recently purchased a company that you might be familiar with, Ring Camera, which sits on the facades of many, if not most, of the homes and businesses in the area. If the city of Kyle completes this deal, Axon, a non-governmental, unelected corporation, will have access to watch nearly every move that you, the private citizen, make, and will have information on every interaction that any citizen has had or will have with law enforcement. There's no guarantee that your data information will be kept private and encrypted, as this is a private organization and not subject to the same encryption standards that state, local, and local government are. This should not only make you uncomfortable, but anger you as well. What have you and I done to warrant such surveillance? Now I'll move on to the environmental impact that generative AI models have on the environment. I'll focus on the electricity consumed and the water required to cool the data centers that house AI models. A traditional data center without AI models requires 2,688 megawatt hours to run, while data centers that house AI models require 5,341 megawatt hours, which is just shy of double the energy requirement. To put this into some perspective, the average American household uses about 1 to 2 megawatt hours annually. According to MIT, for every kilowatt hour of energy, 2 liters of water is required to cool it. So for the above example of a data center that requires 5,341 megawatt hours of electricity, it would require 10,682 liters, or 2,821,888 US gallons of water to cool.
All right, your time is up. Thank you.
Okay.
Is there anyone else who wishes to come forward and speak? No, we're not in the 7 o'clock meeting, but you can, yeah, we haven't made it to the 7 o'clock meeting.
I have seen a number
Do you
of...
just mind, do you mind filling out a form when you're done, if you can state your name for the record?
Oh, excuse me.
Thank you.
Linda Green. I live here in Plum Creek. I just know that I've seen a number of news stories recently that says the Chinese have infiltrated a number of our utility departments across the United States. Russians and the Chinese are far advanced in AI, and there's no guarantee that they can also slip into some kind of so-called security system and sabotage this. And in addition to the fact that water is a premium, and I'm totally against this, and I feel like you guys should look a lot deeper over this program before you accept it. In light that the Russians and the Chinese are already into our water systems and utility systems. Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, citizen comments is now closed. The City Council will now go into executive session to discuss agenda items 1A through I pursuant to Texas Government Code Sections 551.071, 551.072, 551.074, and 551.087. Thank you.
The 6:30, the 6 o'clock meeting, I'd like to go and take, no action was taken in executive. Can I make a motion to adjourn that meeting?
So moved.
Okay, second. Okay, that meeting is now adjourned.
Councilmember Tobias?
Yes, ma'am.
Jennifer is on her way right downstairs right now, so she'll be in here in just a minute.
No problem. We'll wait. Okay, good evening, ladies and gentlemen. It is going on 7:35, and welcome to the City Council meeting for November the 18th. If we could please rise and for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, and we'd like to go ahead and do a roll call at this time. The city secretary could please call roll.
Mitchell. Heiser. Medina.
Present.
Zapata.
Present.
Harris.
Here.
McKinney.
Here.
Tobias.
Present. So we have 5 members present. At this time, Mayor Pro Tem Heiser had to step out for the evening. And night 2, we need to be able to nominate a council member to handle the rest of the meeting. I'd like to go and nominate myself, Michael Tobias, to conduct the meeting.
Second.
Okay. Second by Dr. Harris. Okay. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Okay. All right. We have 5 council members there. So what I'll do is I'll slide down chair real quick. Okay, this chair looks familiar. Again, good evening, everybody, and again, welcome to the meeting. We just had the roll call. So what I'd like to do now is I'd like to go ahead and make a motion to approve the minutes for City Council from the October the 8th and special meeting October the 21st and regular meeting for the 21st.
I make a motion to approve those 3 meetings as stated.
Okay, we have a motion and a second made by Dr. Harris. Anybody have any discussion on those minutes? Okay, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, motion passes. Okay, next up we have citizens' comments period. City Council welcomes comments from citizens early in the agenda council meetings. Those wishing to speak are encouraged to sign in before the meeting begins. Speakers may be provided the opportunity to speak during this time period, and let's try to keep it within the 3-minute observation time period. The first public comment for 7 p.m., I'm going to have Miss Kate Johnson.
My name is Kate Johnson, and I'm the president of Preservation Associates, a countywide historic preservation organization. Tonight, I'm asking you to pause and reconsider the proposed new alignment of North Old Stagecoach Road. This alignment would have devastating impacts on long-established families. It would encroach 52 feet onto the Franke property, wiping out their septic system, and it would also impact the Gregg family's septic system. I want to remind the council that the Gregg family has given generously to the city of Kyle, including the land for Gregg Clark Park, Wallace Middle School, and the Kyle Post Office. Their commitment continues today as they recently granted easements for water and wastewater infrastructure across their land. Is this how we treat families who have supported this community for generations? Before this project moves forward, the public deserves clarity about the environmental review. What type of review is being conducted? Who is conducting it? Who has authority over it? And when will it be available for public comment? These are standard parts of the planning process, and the community should have access to this information. And we all know the environmental review determines everything that follows. You cannot begin discussing something as serious as eminent domain until that review is completed, evaluated, and open to the public. So I ask, what is the status of the environmental review? When will it be completed and released? When can the public comment on it? And again, you cannot consider eminent domain at this stage. How can the city discuss taking someone's property when the required environmental review has not been reviewed, approved, or released for public comment? Eminent domain decisions can only be made after that process is complete. Anything else is premature and improper. There are alternatives that would protect historic resources, preserve the natural landscape, and avoid harming long-standing families. Yet the city has not openly or transparently evaluated these alternatives. North Old Stagecoach Road is one of the most historic corridors in Hays County. Your decisions will shape not only traffic flow, but the character and integrity of this community. I urge you to complete the environmental review, evaluate all alternatives, and engage meaningfully with the residents whose homes and land are at stake. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson. Next up, we have Alfonso Salazar.
I'm Alfonso Salazar. Good evening, Council. I'm a Kyle resident, and I want to discuss agenda item number 29. A little bit about myself. I was a military police officer for over a decade. I've been through alert training. I'm a use of force instructor. I'm a taser instructor. I'm a weapons retention instructor, force protection instructor. I was an anti-drone operator, and I'm a Spanish speaker. People have made some great points about technology advancements and AI, but I have other concerns about the Axon contract. In there, I'd noticed there was body camera footage that would do live translations on scene, yet we're responsible for any errors that occur. So we're going to place our officers into some dangerous situations, and we're not going to be able to communicate properly with one another. I think there's an issue there. LLMs barely work in English, let alone having AI do the translations for you into another language. Signal sidearms, I think, is a great idea. I just want to know how KPD is going to utilize those. Is that strictly for their lethal arms or less than lethal arms as well? D-drone, I don't understand why KPD needs that technology. Are we under some sort of threat that the citizens aren't aware of? And I didn't see the full potential of what those three items are capable of. All I saw was RF censoring and radio wave censoring. I'm sorry, radar censoring. VR training is a nice bell and whistle, but it's not necessary. Also, with all of the training that I have provided, real life people is a better model for training than putting some goggles on. If I can feel another human being encroach my space, if I can feel another human being act or react, I've seen people crumble just in training. You won't get that with a VR headset. And there are many different ways that you can train use of force, mental health, or even do demonstrations for the citizens at large without having this new technology. I'm sure KPD has ammunition rounds. I'm sure they have paintball rounds. I'm sure they have training facilities. Are these purchases really fiscally responsible? And I'm just trying to ask the council if they've been provided with what alternatives KPD has already done. Are there Spanish classes available for the officers that patrol our area? Is there training or ammunition rounds available for those officers to do in-person, real-life training? Axon and Evidence.com, where they house their evidence that comes from those body camera footage, is written into this contract for 10 years. But the Hays County District Attorney's Office is switching over to TechShare, and we're no longer going to use Axon. Are they going to be compatible for the decade in which we're signing up for? Or is it going to cost more money and more work for the police officers of Kyle to get that evidence to the DA's office? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Salazar. Next up, we have Paige Giordano. If I pronounce that right.
Close enough. Good evening, Council. My name is Paige Giordano. I am a Kyle resident and homeowner. I'm speaking today on item 29, the 10-year-long Axon contract. Reading through the material, I've become concerned with many different areas of the contract, but my biggest concern is the AI-enabled software called Smart Detection, where it goes further than identifying any human form in frame, but also tracks what they're wearing, hair color, tattoos, any identifying material of that person. So I have a few questions. My questions for this software is, if a civilian who has nothing to do with the recorded situation, would Smart Detection log key features about them? If so, is there anything within the contract that would protect these individuals' data as they had nothing to do or didn't consent to being filmed in the first place? How long will this data be saved? And will it be saved locally or in the cloud? Because that changes how we protect our data. I'm also concerned that Axon may be backing up any data to train their AI further to becoming more accurate. It says in the contract section 2.2 that Axon acts as a data processor for their AI technology and that we can enroll in their ACIP program to enter so that we could give them our content to train this AI. And then in 12.1, it says that customers grant Axon affiliates and any assignee irrevocable, perpetual, fully paid, royalty fee-free worldwide right and license to provide its data solely for the purposes of this agreement to create transformed data. So that does sound like AI training and other products that they may make in the future that we have no idea the implications of. And if we can have a way to opt out our personal data as like a Kyle resident, I would love to see that. I also want to echo Michelle Zamir's comments on creating an AI committee. Placing experts on a board would help council create informed decisions on this complicated and ever-evolving technology. I finally just also worry about the ethics as Axon as a company. It seems like from what we purchased in 2024 versus this year, the prices are stacking up higher and higher. And I worry that they're not participating as a business in our safety rather than propping up their own profits and shareholders. Because at the end, if we ever wanted to terminate this contract after signing, we would be on the hook for the rest of the contract of the $7 million, no matter where we end it. And that just doesn't speak as a ethical decision. Thank you, guys.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. Appreciate it. Okay, next up we have Miss Linda Green. Maybe she came in earlier. And Mr. Larry Gullis?
Council members, thank you for your time this evening. My name is Larry Yolick. I want to briefly highlight a serious gap between the city's promise at Six Creeks and how you are billing Six Creeks residents today. In 2017, the city entered into the Blanco River Ranch Six Creeks Development Agreement. That agreement defines Six Creeks residents as customers and commits the city to provide water and wastewater services in the same manner and on the same terms and conditions as similarly situated customers inside the city limits at non-discriminatory rates and using the standard water and wastewater rates and fees applicable within the city. The Six Creeks PID bond documents carried the same message to home buyers and to bond investors. Customers in the project would receive city water and wastewater service at the same non-discriminatory terms as in-city customers. Those customers are not strangers to the deal. They are the peoples whose homes secure the PID bonds and are expressly described as beneficiaries in the agreement. In practice, though, Six Creeks has never been billed at in-city water rates. We have always been billed at the outside city schedule. And within the latest changes, we are now expected to pay an 87% premium over in-city rates for the typical combined water and wastewater bill. Recently, in a message, the city manager acknowledged that Six Creeks has never been billed in city rates and used that history as justification to continue billing us at outside city rates structure. Respectfully, that gets the contract backwards. A long-running breach does not amend the agreement. It just means the city has been out of compliance for a long time. The contract says in city limits, in city terms, non-discrimination, and city applicable rates for Six Creeks customers, not whatever rate the city wants to apply. I also want to offer a word of caution. Trying now to rewrite the development agreement language or to clarify bond disclosures without involving the customers who are explicitly listed as beneficiaries in that document will only make things worse. Unilateral changes after the fact can expose both the city and the developer to additional legal claims and raise serious questions for bond counsel, rating agencies, and potentially the SEC if prior disclosures are seen as misleading. I'm not asking for litigation. I'm asking for you to acknowledge the conflict and to direct staff and your consultants to bring back options for Six Creeks customers to work on the same framework as similarly situated in-city customers and ensure future changes are done transparently. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next up, we have Larry Stamps. Yes.
Okay,
Thank you, sir.
all right, thank you all, appreciate it. Every single one of you all on this council are servants and stewards of our community and our monies. And nobody could do that better, in my opinion, than Miguel Zuniga, Dr. Miguel Zuniga. I didn't get a chance to talk about him a few minutes ago, but he led an example of putting the people first and his ideas to accompany what was best for the community. He really exemplified that. And I sat across from him several times, and he told me what some of the council was doing to him with all the things that were going on last year, and it was just a big mess. And I told him, I said, don't give up. He said, no, I'm never going to give up because I'm right. I know what I'm doing is good for the people, and they just don't like that. And he got it, and he stuck with it. He took that torch and he carried it for the people. Two of you all are brand new, but if you all council had that same ideology about putting the people and the people's money first, as opposed to putting special interest and your own interest first, our city would be incredibly, incredibly thankful for your service. Those people came up here and they talked about Miguel Zuniga, and you all talked about Miguel Zuniga. I hope my funeral is that good. I hope people say those kind of things at my funeral, because he did a phenomenal job and it was recognized for it. I promise you, if you do the right thing, you're going to be recognized for doing the right thing, and you're going to be held up in far more honor and prestige than anyone else could ever imagine. So think about your role as stewards, think about your role as servants, and get down here and walk with us as you serve, listen to the people, and make this community better for what it deserves. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Is there any more, anybody else wanted to come up here and speak? Okay.
I'm Domingo Castilleja, and I'd like to acknowledge the gentleman just talked about Miguel Zuniga, because I concur with everything he said. Not only was he involved in the council, but he was very heavily involved in nonprofit organizations like us. He helped us a lot. So that speaks in itself about his character. So once again, I'd like to acknowledge his service to the community, not only in the council, but also with nonprofits. His heavy involvement in the community. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else? Ms. McDonald.
I would second and third everything that was said about Miguel. I don't understand why Councilmember Rizzo was not recognized tonight, because for his work on the council, his seat has been filled and he has stepped down. I would like to address, though, the library rules that were discussed at the October 21st, 2025 council meeting. I'm so thankful that several members pushed back on all of the rules being proposed. The rules that I read, it was an overreach, and I'm glad that several of you recognize that. This is what it reminded me of when Sarah Kerr at the Ethics Committee gave her rules. I mean, tons of rules that were unnecessary. They were also over the top. We can all agree that we both want library employees and library patrons to be safe and enjoy their time at the library. We can have a safe, welcoming experience at the library. They can coexist, which is the beauty of the library. Thank you, Councilmember Tobias, for your idea for signage. I thought that was a great idea. Please take a hard look at all of these rules when they come back before the council before approving them. There are groups right now, such as the Kyle Historical Society, that are no longer welcome to meet at the library. I think that's a shame. CAS, they can't meet there. Right now, they're being they cannot meet at Mary Carr at the Krug Center because of the Christmas events going on for about a week. They used to be able to go to the library during that time. They can't do it. They just can't have their exercise classes. And I just see so many times all the senior programming has been cut at the library. They no longer have the movies, the senior activities. I've questioned them about that. There are a lot of city meeting spaces around town that I think could be used for some of the other things that they're using the Krug Center for, or for the seniors or some of the people that cannot use the Krug Center when it's being used. About the Stagecoach Pocket Park, what happens if the heritage tree that is located dies? The tree, I think, should have been placed on property within the Kyle city limits. Thank you again, Councilmember Tobias, for shutting down the idea of a parking lot. I think that was moving the tree. The additional care it requires to give it the best chance for survival and creating a pocket park will cost about $2 million. If the tree doesn't survive, that's a lot of money to gamble on. So please use common sense when making these decisions in the future. The 311 program, I know you're going to talk about that. Calls to the department right now are all the calls to departments are being routed to 311. You hold for a while, you listen to less than nice music, and then when you get to the to 311, they transfer you to the appropriate department, and then you have to wait, and then you get transferred to a person. It just seems like we've stepped back in the way we used to be able to contact the city. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Ms. McDonald. Is there anybody else who would like to come up for public comment? Sir? Hello, sir. Mr. Kenneth Rocha.
Good evening. I'm Kenneth Rocha, hometown Kyle. Speaking on item, the Axon Master Agreement. I'm going to read because I don't want to miss anything. So over the last few months, we've heard many thoughtful concerns about the future of data governance in Kyle. I want to address the argument that we must pause the adoption of the Axon Master Agreement until a comprehensive citywide data policy is completed. While we all support the creation of a citywide data policy to govern the entire city data ecosystem, we must recognize our police department has already done its due diligence. A message that has been circulating our community this weekend and last week conflates the details of the contract with deception. Don't fall for it. Adoption of the bundling of the Axon Master Agreement is not internal policies. Adoption of the bundling of the Axon Master Agreement is not proceeding blindly. Chief Barnett and KPD have internal policies, state mandates, and accountability structures already in place, governing the use of body cameras, data retention, and officer conduct. These operational policies ensure that the technology is used responsibly and within current legal frameworks. Let's talk the alleged lock-in. The term 10 years is a procurement strategy, not a financial commitment without oversight. This agreement was secured via a competitively bid cooperative contract, the Buy Board, which is fiscally responsible government at work. More importantly, this master agreement contains a non-appropriation clause, which is Exhibit 3. This means that City Council retains the right to review and approve the funding of this contract every single year in the annual budget process. Those claiming we are locked in for a decade are demonstrating they are unaware of basic contracts and procurement. When discussing any other projects, the city advertises, and we're told that delaying critical projects increases cost. By consolidating, bundling 5 separate contracts into one, we save money. Axon's year 1 cost is no increase from the amount we are currently paying for equipment operating under 5 separate contracts. By consolidating, we lock pricing. We are projected to save over $7.1 million compared to the individual purchases. We guarantee a full hardware refresh for our officers every 2.5 years and prevent costly reactionary capital purchases down the line. The ERA plan, being characterized as a $1.82 million risk, is in fact a feature included in the overall bundle subscription and value driver, making it a fiscally responsible upgrade path that guarantees KPD access to future tools without future capital requests, ensuring continuous value from the city's investments. I'm gonna skip, I guess I had a lot more. I have leveraged personally VR training with formal field training programs, and we have been able to maximize onboarding, utilizing these tools and enhancing officer education, understanding, and confidence in performing high standards of service. I urge the council to support our police department to embrace this financially responsible, necessary operational upgrade and to approve this master agreement, service agreement. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rocha. Anybody else for public comment? Okay, public comment is now closed. Next up, we have agenda item number 4. It's going to be the agenda item rules. Is there anybody who would like to move a specific item up to the front after consent? Okay. Seeing none, we're going to go ahead and go on to our presentations, reports and presentations. Agenda item number 5. We're going to go with agenda item number 3, a proclamation recognizing Turkeys Tackling Hunger campaign. Presenters, Councilmember Mark McKinney and Dr. Lee Harris.
I appreciate the opportunity to speak on behalf of the Hays County Food Bank. They do a phenomenal job taking care of our residents in their absolute direst moments. So, food insecurity is a serious issue, and I'm very grateful for us to have a group that does absolutely everything that they can to fill that void. So, would you like to say a few words?
If you don't mind. Hi, thank
Absolutely.
you for having
Go for it.
us, or me today. Our lovely executive director, Lisa Young, couldn't be here, so hi, I'm Kelly Carter. I'm speaking on her behalf. I just want to say I am a Kyle resident, and it was a real pleasure today to actually be here giving out nearly 300 turkeys this afternoon at the Performing Arts Center. Kyle, this is such a welcoming community. We want to thank you for your support in the past and the future, and everything you've done. The Turkeys Tackling Hunger campaign is how we fund our holiday meal kits, where we give out a frozen turkey and a box of shelf-stable items that is pretty much all the fixings you need for a ready-made Thanksgiving dinner. And it was a pleasure to do it again this year. We'll be back here next year doing it again and for the foreseeable future. Thank you.
Thank you so much for being here. Whereas Hays County Food Bank represents a countywide effort to provide adequate access to nutritious food to low-income households and those who find themselves in a food emergency, and whereas 1 out of every 6 Hays County households were considered food insecure in 2024, and whereas the Hays County Food Bank believes that every person deserves to experience the joy of a full table during the holidays, and whereas in 2024, Hays County Food Bank provided more than 1,500 meal kits, including a turkey and traditional holiday ingredients that households in need can prepare in the comforts of their own home. And whereas in 2025, there will be 375 holiday meal kits distributed to clients in Kyle. And whereas Hays County Food Bank has officially launched its 19th annual Turkeys Tackling Hunger campaign in an effort to raise funds for the special holiday meal program. And whereas citizens of this great city can sponsor a family for Thanksgiving for just $60. And whereas Hays County Food Bank is committed to growing the spirit of community in the city of Kyle, now therefore we, Laura Lee Harris and Mark McKinney, by virtue of the authority vested in us as council member districts 4 and 5 respectively of the city of Kyle, Texas, do hereby proclaim the month of November 2025 as Turkeys Tackling Hunger Month. Can we get a picture?
Sure. So we're going to do a quick photograph here. I was wondering to see if Mark Jones was here, but I guess not. Yeah.
I can grab one too.
So I'll snap it with yours first, and then I'm going to do one for the city too. So, all right, ready? 1, 2, 3. All right, and one more. Awesome, thank you guys.
All right, thank you very much. Can't believe Thanksgiving's actually next week, right? If I'm not mistaken. Wow. It's already coming up very fast. So thank you, Councilmember McKinney and Dr. Harris, for bringing this forward, to bringing the awareness of this campaign. Does anybody on the dais have any comments referencing this? No? Good. All right. Okay, we're going to continue to move on. Agenda item number 4, receive a report and hold discussion and provide staff direction for preliminary results and recommendations for the Public Art Master Plan. This presenter is Director David Lopez. Or Will Atkinson.
Thank you. My name's, for those of you all who don't know me, my name is Will Atkinson. I'm the Planning and Project Manager for the Park CIP program. And tonight we have an item presentation for the Kyle Public Art Master Plan. And we have a consultant here with us by the name of Todd Bressie. He's out of Philadelphia, and he's a well-respected consultant relating to putting together art master plans and what have you. And at this point, I'd like to call him up. That's the button you need. Yes, sir.
Good evening, everyone. Good evening, council members. Thank you for giving me an opportunity to speak with you this evening about proposed recommendations for public art in Kyle. The conversation tonight, as you'll see in a minute, we're about midway through our process. So this is a conversation tonight and with the Arts and Cultural Board tomorrow for us to receive guidance, questions, comments, so that we can take those back and then provide a first draft of the plan later this year. And thank you all for inviting me to Kyle. As Will said, I'm from Philadelphia. It's always an honor and a privilege for me to be invited to a community to help it chart and achieve its public art goals. So I'm grateful for your confidence in me to help you accomplish this. I am a urban designer and planner based in Philadelphia. I work on my own, and I solely work in the field of public art. I consult with communities across the country, helping them develop plans and programs and strategies to bring art to their communities. I work with cities, I work with independent nonprofit organizations, and I even work with developers to help them realize the work they would like to do. And in Philadelphia, I work part-time at Mural Arts Philadelphia, which is the nation's largest public art program, where I help develop and manage projects. So first, what are we hoping to accomplish with this public art plan? Every public art plan really answers three questions, but as you'll see in a minute, the answers to those questions are unique to every community, and they will be unique to Kyle. The three questions really are: why is a community interested in public art? What does it hope to accomplish? We'll talk a little bit about that tonight. What are the opportunities that you have for bringing art to your community? And there will be a framework for thinking about that tonight. And then how do you do the work? How do you implement it? What are the rules and policies and procedures that you use? As I said, we're about midway through our process. I began this project in May, and we've spent the past few months working on research and on community engagement. And we'll tell you a little bit about what we learned from that in just a minute. Tonight, we're in the last phase, plan development, and we're at the very beginning of that phase where we're discussing recommendations. And as I said, based on the feedback we receive, we will prepare a first draft of the plan, which will be for the city staff and leadership to review, and then we will prepare a public plan for the public to review. This slide highlights the different ways that we reached out to stakeholders in the community, and it involved a great deal of support from the staff here, from Parks and Recreation, and from Communications, who did a lot of the legwork in trying to get the word out. This included a community survey with nearly 350 responses, and believe it or not, that is more than we got for a project we're doing in El Paso right now, so go Kyle. 8 times bigger city, but fewer responses. We had numerous internal and external interviews. We had a focus group with Kaz when I was in town this summer. We still have a few follow-up interviews to complete. As you all know, on council, I interviewed a few of you when I was here in Kyle, but now we have some new members on council who I haven't spoken with, so I would be pleased to speak with you if you were interested in talking about public art. Here are some of the important findings from that survey. Again, 344 responses. First, people see public art as important to Kyle because it is bound up with how the city thinks about itself, the identity of the city. Now, as everyone here knows, the city's changing a lot, and its identity is changing too. So in that sense, a city doesn't have one identity, it has many. And it is an identity that's related to its past, its present, and its future. In that sense, people are interested in honoring Kyle's history and capturing its spirit today and building for the future. A very interesting thing I learned in the surveys is that many people forge their attachment to Kyle because of family milestones they experience here, important moments in their life that occurred to them in the city, and because they think the city allowed those things to happen because it's a good place to live. Getting married, having a child, buying a first house, and those are actually moments in time that they really associate with Kyle's identity. That time, that's what Kyle was like, and that's why I like the city. It's a very interesting finding. We asked people where they would like to see public art in the city. These are the top the top 5 are the top 5 choices out of about 18 that we offered. What's interesting here is the breadth of the ideas and the variety of places where people would like to see art. One note about trails and greenways, which is 6th there. When we compare the numbers to the written comments that we receive from people, it became clear that when people were thinking about trails, they were thinking about natural spaces, like the Plum Creek Trail, and perhaps they weren't thinking so much about the future trails, like the Vibe Trails, which will have more of a variety of experiences. So that result may be speaking not to what you are trying to create, but what you have now. We asked people open-endedly to share any thoughts or any concerns they had about public art. So we could hear anything that people had to say they could offer in the survey. It wasn't a survey that just had predetermined questions and answers. There was a chance for people to say what they wanted. There was an overwhelming of support in the city. Among people in the city to do something with public art. More than 2/3 of the people thought this was a good thing for the city to be doing. Largely, they were excited about how public art could transform the city. It could add something fresh, distinctive, new. Slightly fewer than 1/3 expressed a concern or said that the city should prioritize other things. They worried about the cost and whether public art could be divisive. I think most people got ahead of myself. Most people who wrote comments about this were very pragmatic in their thinking about public art. They offered suggestions about priorities or themes they thought would fit well with the city. Some of the common things they mentioned were trying to focus on, as much as possible, art by local artists, trying to link public art to the city's urban development and infrastructure, making sure that what was created was fully representative of the people, of the cultures in the city, making sure that projects included community engagement and inclusion. So there was actually a lot of direction given by the public for the way they would like the program to be organized. So now I'd like to pivot and outline the recommendations that I've submitted for about how Kyle can approach public art. As I said earlier, the first thing a public art plan has to answer is the question, why is the community interested in public art? These are the answers, I think, that will resonate for Kyle based on the input we received. More than anything else, people hope that public art will focus on the quality of life and identity. You'll see here, again, the idea of past, present, future. Public art should reflect tradition, connection among the people in the city, and forward thinking. And the city's role in this should be to commission art itself, as well as to encourage the private sector to do the same. The goals for public art mean what are the specific things that the city will try to accomplish. Here again, you see the idea about trying to relate to the identity of the city and the quality of life. You'll also see the idea of supporting the vision of Kyle's recently adopted PROS plan, its Park and Recreation Plan, because you have so many opportunities to create or to add art to your parks, and of also to helping to grow the creative community here. Kyle has a lot of opportunity in front of it, and this is the most important idea I'd like to share with you, which is that you have 3 paths that you can follow. They are not mutually exclusive. They all serve different purposes, and they're scalable, which means that at any given time, you can move quickly or you can move slowly on these paths. If there are great opportunities, you can put gas on the pedal. If resources are tight, you can slow down. But always keep in mind, there are 3 kinds of things you can be doing. One is include public art in things the city builds, such as the parks that it is planning. 2, include public art in the investments that are being made for economic development. And 3, organize projects that directly support and engage the community. And what I'll do for the remainder of my presentation is explain what each of these paths could look like in Kyle. By civic works, I mean the things that the city of Kyle builds, and you're building a lot of parks or renovating a lot of parks. The key here is to identify opportunities for public art and plan the art while you are planning the parks. to ensure budget savings, construction efficiencies, and strong outcomes. Another thing to remember is public art isn't always a standalone feature off in the corner somewhere. It can be a functional element or a decorative element. This slide lists some features that are also in the PROS plan, identified as things that should be added to the parks in Kyle that could actually be public art projects. So, for example, a public art project could be a shade shelter, like the image on the left. On the right, it could be a decorative feature on another kind of facility that is a retaining wall. Behind it is a sloped amphitheater. So public art can actually help serve a function in addition, instead of simply being something separate in the park. The city also builds a lot of transportation infrastructure. Here I'd say your best opportunities are roundabouts, which you've already thought of, and bridges, which you might not have thought of. Here, selectivity of sites and design coordination are the key. As with the roundabouts, you might not want public art everywhere. You just might want it in key locations. In this photo from San Antonio, you can see a simple but elegant way of adding public art to a bridge. Another major type of construction is city facilities. Particularly downtown, there's discussion of new administrative space and a parking garage. The library is doing a facility study to assess its space needs for a growing city. All of these projects could be good opportunities for public art. These are projects from libraries, inside and out. There'd be opportunities inside and outside a library. The one on the left is a teen room, so that's an area where kids go after school to hang out in the library. The second leg of the three-legged stool I was describing is economic development. Kyle's economic development strategies are set out in a way that makes it easy to imagine how public art could support those strategies, as well as the overall development of the city. There are a number of opportunities that are outlined in various economic planning documents. For example, the city's economic development strategies call out 8 areas of the city as focal points for investment. Think of these as destinations, as activity areas, each of which might have its own piece of art. The city's economic development strategies are focusing on catalyzing key facilities, such as a convention center and a hotel. These will be attractors to the city, and each could also have a public artwork that rewards people for visiting Kyle. The city is focusing on 5 industry clusters for its growth. It could focus on commissioning public art that thematically explores each of these sectors: medical health care, higher education, business and professional services, warehousing, sports and entertainment. And finally, the city is building its trail system called VIBE as an open space and recreation network that connects with neighborhood and regional level activity zones. Again, public art, large and small, could be incorporated into those zones and help make them distinctive. These are ways you can imagine public art relating to the VIBE trail. On the right, simple painted mural on the surface of the trail. And on the left, that is a developer project in Virginia where the developer of the building created a restaurant with a terrace facing an open space and added public art to the seat wall. I imagine, although that building is slightly larger scale, that could potentially be what you're thinking of as a VIBE location, a nice outdoor restaurant next to an open space with art. Destination facilities, a hotel convention center like in San Jose on the left, or parking garage like in Frisco on the right, also provide opportunities for integrating public art. In El Paso at the Medical Center of the Americas, which is a healthcare complex, an education complex, it is anchored with public art on a walkway. And I even found an example of public art on a data center, a big, huge building. Google, it turns out, commissions public art for some of its data centers, and they're quite remarkable. The final leg of the stool is community projects. And these would be projects that would be oriented towards community participation, to places that are heavily used by the community, such as downtown. These types of projects allow for partnerships with schools, with community college, with businesses, with nonprofit organizations, youth groups, and can tap directly into creativity of artists at all levels of experience. The recommendations I've submitted describe these at more length and the way each of these types of projects could be funded through current income streams, most of which are already being used for smaller art projects. Examples could include banners downtown. The city is already beginning to work on, explore the possibility of art on utility boxes. And on the right is a community is a project from Louisville where the community helped create a mosaic base for a sculpture that was put in a park. The recommendations, the third question a public art plan answers is how do you get there? How do you do it? And the recommendations do include a bit of detail about funding. As I said, there are already streams that have been used for public art in Kyle, so it explores those. The recommendations talk about how the program could be administered, such as continuing management in parks and recreation. It talks about how to create a collaborative framework within city staff to help achieve successful projects, and how public art could be planned in coordination with the city's vigorous capital program. The plan will also include detailed guidelines for things like how to pick artists, how to engage communities. I've spent a bit of time working with your procurement staff talking about contracting questions. I know that maintenance is always a big issue, and other types of common issues a city faces when it is trying to manage art. And those will all be, there are some recommendations about those in the document I submitted, and those will all be covered in the plan. That is where we are. I'm very excited. Again, I'm really grateful to have the opportunity here, to be here, and excited about the prospects you have in front of you. I'm happy to take any questions you may have.
Okay, thank you. Yes, this item is for holding discussion and also to provide staff direction. I could start on this end if anybody has any questions or like some feedback.
Just one question for you on the
Councilwoman
public
Medina.
survey. I know you said that we had more responses than El Paso, which is a larger city, but how was the survey put out to the residents?
First of all, the survey was available to residents for about 10 weeks, mostly through the summer. The staff could help with the exact dates, but it's approximately through June, and we closed it August 31st. The communications department vigorously promoted it through social media channels, newsletters, sandwich boards put up in public places in the city. What else? Is there more to say about that?
Yeah, so it was through SurveyMonkey, the free service that you can utilize there and create your own surveys. We did receive a lot of feedback from those respondents, and we felt like we got a lot of positive feedback, and it was great. So.
Thank you.
Right here. Councilmember Zapata.
Feels good to hear you say that. But I guess my question, I have a couple. One, I'm really excited about this. I took up watercolor painting in the summer. It's really, really difficult. Like, I did not think it was going to be that difficult. But my first question is on October 8th, the governor's office released a statement in which they directed the Texas Department of Transportation to ensure counties and cities are in compliance with federal and state guidelines regarding roadway safety. And this means that under these guidelines, non-standard surface markings, signage, and signals that do not directly support traffic control or safety are strictly prohibited, including the use of symbols, flags, or other markings conveying social, political, or ideological messages. In the city of Kerrville, they had public art to represent the Guadalupe River that they are having to now paint over and cover up. So I just want to know, has that been taken into account as we develop this master plan, especially if we know that the state is threatening to remove funding for cities that might cross into those arenas?
Councilmember Zapata, I have had that conversation with our park staff and our engineering staff, and we will make sure anything that is put out is reviewed through TxDOT prior.
Okay. And then my next question would be, is there a way in which we can develop some sort of equitable geographic like criteria or lens like as we create this public art to ensure that it's not only located in certain like high income or like attraction areas. I just want to make sure that if we're trying to invest in public art, that it's accessible across the community equally. So I'm not sure if like there's any criteria or anything that we could build into the plan to do so.
Well, that is certainly something we can bring back in the next draft. Certainly we can map opportunities against social economic criteria like you've just described. One of the challenges in Kyle is that many neighborhood scale spaces are owned by HOAs and not by the city. And so we'd have to do a little bit of head scratching to figure out ways to provide opportunities for resources in areas the city doesn't own. But it's a question I will take back, and we will make sure we address that when we provide a draft of the plan.
Councilmember Zapata, the Arts Master Plan will also work in tandem with the recently revised Parks Master Plan, so which contemplates the entire city. So anything that is being put in from an arts perspective will be looked at from the entire Parks Master Plan as well, and it will all be brought before this board, location and also the art itself.
Okay, all right, thank you. And then one final question, because I believe I've asked this like on the back end of things, but I just want to make sure that we have in reserves funding for like the maintenance and operation after art is built, because it costs to keep the art looking nice. So just want to double check that we have that.
Good.
Yeah? Okay, all right, thank you.
Okay. Councilmember Harris?
I believe that we have some basic design work already on art for the roundabouts. Have you discussed that, Chris?
Sure. Good evening, Chris Escoto, Deputy Director of Parks and Recreation. We have started those conversations, and that's going to be a separate initiative for us to be able to prioritize basically the scheduling and delivering on those projects. So that is something that at least we've shared with Todd. But overall, that's going to be a separate project that Parks and Recreation is going to be leading.
And the Arts Council is involved in that?
Absolutely. Yep.
Great feedback. Councilmember McKinney?
We spoke for about an hour a couple months ago, so I think I covered a whole lot of the questions that I had at that time. But I would like to say that I am excited to get some art projects going in the city. I mean, that's an opportunity to excite and create positive emotions just, as people go throughout their daily lives is an opportunity we really kind of take for granted. And we've definitely got a void of that here in the city. I'm looking forward to filling that. I've got a whole lot of ideas of things that we could do. I've spoken to a couple of us about commissioning a mural honoring Senator Tenorio. I think that would be great. Kind of tying into our city's history and things like that. All the wonderful things that she's done for the area and the state entirely. Just so many different opportunities are available to us. I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah. So my feedback on that is we had conversations with you guys, and I appreciate you coming back. I remember when we were redoing the swimming pool, I think that was our biggest mural project of the city, was to redo something as far as painting the water tower and so forth within the swimming pool on that end. So that's pretty neat. And yes, we are getting a skate park being built, so we could look into mixing some kind of art fixtures in that, maybe some painting or that type of thing. We also have the senior citizens building is being built. We can consider that as well, how we can add some of those art features there. But also, I think my question would be, maybe Brian could help out with this. When it comes to the funding, and let's say, like what Councilmember Zapata was saying, if there's certain areas of the city that would need any kind of maintenance or upgrades or funding, of course, in every city is the key to a lot of projects, right? So if we decide to start looking at specific types of art projects that are in specific TERS, like TERS 2 or TERS 3 or TERS 4, would some of that funding could be able to, in years, I know it's going to take several years, but could those types of funding from the TERS be able to help with some of the budgeting on some of that?
Yes, sir, they certainly can. And to the equity question that was raised, those are, there's about 3 on the east side of the city and 3 on the west side in different areas. So as projects materialize in those particular TERS districts, certainly art can be a component of it. And that's the proposal that we have for you, is anytime there is a project that's considered, it's at least a discussion to think about where is an appropriate area to put art in this project, particularly vertical projects that are buildings. Those are great opportunities to do lots of things. And yes, it certainly can be part of the funding that's there.
Okay, all right. Does anybody have, yes, Dr. Harris?
I appreciated the photo that you had with Google's building. You know, we have, not necessarily data center stuff, but we do have a number of very large warehouse buildings that are very bleak right now. Businesses will support the expenses of artworks on their buildings. And there are some great models for that. So I think we have some great opportunities as well, and education as well. You know, we're talking about projects with ACC, with Texas State. I think that we have lots of opportunity to help fund these.
If we were to go that route, Will, would we have to look at our specific types of code that requires that type of upgrade or something like that? Because I know when we had the old Tenorio building and when they painted it bright red, it started a firestorm. But again, it's within code in the sense, or within that area. Like what Dr. Harris is saying, would we have to, if we were to request specific buildings to say, hey, we're going to maybe propose an idea of painting something or putting a mural up on your building, would they have to go through a specific type of city code requirements?
Very likely, yes. Offhand, right, at least how it is right now, it'd probably follow the conditional use permit for elevations and what have you. But we are also going through a code rewrite, and as part of that code rewrite, on the side with a master plan that Todd is drafting, is going to provide us recommendations on how to implement code appropriately to account for public art, whether it's murals or statues or what have you.
Okay, all right. Does anybody else have any other questions? Okay, Councilmember Zapata.
Just one final question. On the artist, I guess, criteria guidelines that are being drafted, are we including like prioritizing Kyle residents and like Hays County residents to like be able to support that public art and like help create it? Like, is that something that's included in the artist guidelines?
When it's possible, some commissions, some types of projects, you might need to cast a wider net. So a strategy we often think about as art planners is to create projects that are appropriate for the kinds of artists that are in a community. So that's why I said at the end, there could be a certain level of projects that are really created so they're accessible to artists at a variety of levels, and so that people here in Kyle could participate in them. So I think some, but there may be some projects where the net would have to be wider because of the nature of the project. But it is important, as the third kind of pillar, is to make sure the community and artists and community have opportunities to engage as well as possible.
Okay, yes.
And if I may say something about maintenance, the plan not only will it discuss funding, but will also discuss steps that can be taken all along the way to minimize the risk of serious maintenance problems. There are things you can do to avoid problems down the road, which we will flag.
Okay,
Yes.
Thank you, I appreciate that.
Great. Is there any kind of feedback you need from us, sir?
No, that's great. This is a preliminary report. We're just coming forward with where we are in the process. We certainly wanted to get good council feedback. I think we've had several good comments today. We'll look at incorporating that and bringing a final plan back to you for adoption. Probably in the next couple of months, we'll look at bringing that back with some of the feedback that we've heard and then ask you to consider approval.
Okay, great. Great feedback, everybody.
All right.
I would
Thank
like
you.
to thank the 344 people that filled out the survey.
Yes, thank you for taking the time.
Well, while it's been pointed out that it's not a tremendous number, those voices deserve to be heard and recognized.
That's true.
They took time out of their day to fill out a survey to voice their opinion. They cared that much about public space art. So,
Yes.
For whoever filled it out, thank you. I appreciate it.
Thank you very much. Yes. Appreciate it, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you all.
All right, next item is going to be agenda item number 5, to receive a report, hold a discussion, and provide staff direction for conceptual designs and standards for park monument and wayfinding signage as part of the cohesive citywide park signage program. Mr. Will Atkins.
Thank you. So before you, we have the park signage plan conceptual design. There's going to be 3 different types for y'all to review tonight. From an overview perspective, we're going to look at the background, the type of signage, discussion points, project team and timeline, the design discussion, and questions and feedback. And with our consultant tonight, with MWM Consultants, we have Chris Kelly. He is a project manager on the consultant side, and him and his team have been putting together some concepts for y'all to review, and we're pretty excited to show this off to y'all. Mr. Kelly?
Thanks for having me tonight. Like Will said, my name is Chris Kelly. I'm a project manager with MWM Design Group. We were given this project back in May, and we were assigned the task to standardize the signage across the city parks, and that includes improving the looks of them, and standardizing them, ensuring they're all consistent in how they look, and then also improving the visibility of each of those signs, and then providing the long-term adaptability. Sorry, that's a tough word. So just quickly, I'm going to go over the types of signage that we're going to be talking about. This will include really all signs associated with parks, so that could be monument signs, trailheads, wayfinding, informational stations, and any other associated signs. So like Will said, we'll be reviewing 3 concepts, and we've been developing these concepts with their feedback since probably June now. And there are just a few questions to kind of consider as we go through these designs. How well does each design reflect Kyle and the identity and character? What design feels most welcoming and easy to understand, kind of then how intuitive it is for each user, and then what level of maintenance and durability can we expect over time for these signs? So like I said, I'm with MWM Design Group. We're located in Austin. I'm the project manager and landscape architect. We also have Min Liu on the team, who's the landscape designer and the creative artist behind each of these concepts, and then David Cazares, who's our principal / the QA/QC for this project. And then briefly talking about the project timeline. So like we mentioned, we got this contract back in May, and about a month later in June, we visited 5 signs with Will and Chris. That was Greg Clark, the late Kyle, Mary Kyle Hartson Park, Steeplechase, and Waterleaf. We had also visited Memorial Heroes Park back in the day too. It's a beautiful park. So then we did that in June. In July, we created 3 renderings of the monument signs, and we use this to send to PAR to get their feedback on the look, the aesthetic of it, just kind of feeling them out on what direction they wanted to head with these concepts. Once we got their feedback on that, we were able to come up with the 3 concepts that we're going to review today. And we actually presented that to the Parks Board back in September. We were able to get some good feedback from them. And now we're going to be presenting the same presentation, because we wanted to get an aggregate of feedback before we selected one final concept to go forward with. Oh, sorry. I just want to note that this timeline it'll be extended a couple months. So we plan on getting the feedback today, making the selection for the final concept, and then once we revise that, we'll present the final presentation to the Parks Board, likely in January, and then also re-present to you guys probably in January or February. So final adoption might be extended till February. All right, so overall design philosophy, when we came and visited the site for the different parks, we were not only gauging the needs of each park, because those are the main parks that we'll be designing these signs and using them for, but also gathering design inspiration from various outlets and throughout Kyle. What we came up with was we settled on a natural Texas ecology look with a classic European-inspired style, which you'll see kind of throughout each of these designs. Each of these signs is customizable. How customizable it is still up in the air, but there's potential to make each sign color unique per park, or it can be standardized across the city. And we're also considering adding plant imprints for each sign that could allow us to provide, if there was a plant that was relevant to that site in particular, especially, we could use that plant to kind of give it a unique look while keeping the standard overall look of the signs consistent. Another way that's not actually mentioned here is we could customize each sign with lighting. So, typically lighting, you just see it illuminate text, but there's also the option to provide color lighting that would, it could be customized. So you could even create a whole program of colors that could be used for various events, holidays, seasons, however you want to customize it, it can be done with lighting. So it gives you another option where it's not permanent and it's a little bit more interesting with how you can use it. This also allows a meaningful connection to the history and the identity of the site while still maintaining those consistent standards that we're trying to establish. Cohesive branding, so we use the Parks and Rec logo and their standard colors to create our signs, and this kind of helps ensure that we're staying consistent with some of their existing and in their future branding that might take place. And then longevity, so we're really keeping in mind that we want to design these signs to be easily implementable and maintainable long term. Okay, so to briefly kind of go over the different signage types, we grouped them into three main categories. We have identification signage. These are what you might call monument signs. These will be located at the entrances of each park. So at the main entrance, you'll have a primary identification sign. Any secondary entrances, you might have the secondary identification sign. Informational signage, so this is signage that just provides information internal to the site for the users. So that could be regulatory rules and regulations, maps, anything that provides additional information to the user. Interpretive signage, so educational, historical context, stuff like that. And then wayfinding, that's pretty self-explanatory. It's just used to help guide users throughout the site, whether that's on the vehicular routes or the pedestrian routes. All right, so our first concept we called modern rustic. So this concept really leans into the rustic look, but also adds a modern touch to it. We use native materials, and we're able to provide the modern accents with metal backings. So this is the first concept for the identification signs. So you have the primary on the left there and the secondary on the right. You can see we have the limestone rock base, and then we have the green backing is a metal cabinet, and then the gray portion, the sign face, would be concrete with the lettering attached to that. Yeah, so something interesting about this is we would use, the reason to use metal cabinets for the signs is to allow better lighting. So it's a lot easier to have lighting internal to the sign because it allows you to protect it, allows you to kind of control how you show that lighting a little bit better versus having lighting external to the sign, shining on the sign. And that also, when you have it external like that, it opens up a can of worms. Like you can have vandalism, accidents with mowing, anything like that. It really reduces the lifespan of those lights, which is why we went with this route. So these are the informational signs. These will have maps and rules and regulations. The regulatory and park amenity sign really has a very similar material palette as the identification signs. You have the limestone base, the metal cabinet, and then the concrete sign face. The interpretive signs, those are a little bit more simple. It's just mostly metal, and then with the metal posts, and then actually metal plates as the posts, and then the metal sign face. These are wayfinding, so once again, very similar in material palette, and actually the park interior confirmation sign is the same as the secondary identification sign, which kind of adds a little bit more consistency throughout the signage types. And then these are the wayfinding for the trails. So this is also a limestone base with a metal backing, but then we actually used aluminum for the sign facing here. It just adds a little bit, it makes it a little bit easier to build this and kind of create the sign, the type that we want. Something pretty interesting about this is each of these sign types are angled in the direction of the wayfinding. So it adds a little bit more of a subtle kind of guidance for the user. This is the night scene. So this just kind of gives an idea of how this might look lit up. Like I said, lighting is there's still a lot left to be determined on the lighting. So this can look a lot different depending on the type of light that you choose. And this would probably be most similar to having the backlight that we talked about, or I talked about. All right, so concept 2, we're calling Refined Heritage. So this one has a little bit more of a modern construction methods. We proposed a CMU backing with a stone veneer on that, and then steel plates or metal plates or metal cabinets for the backdrop, and then using the historic and rustic materials to kind of complement that. So we also use native limestone or sandstone boulders. These are kind of more loose boulders that much larger. And then we have the modern accents with the aluminum face. All right, so this is you can see the large loose limestone or sandstone boulders at the bottom. And then you have the CMU backing with the limestone veneer on that. And then you have the metal cabinet for the sign face. One thing to note about this sign is we created a bit of an angled cabinet for the sign, as you can see from that top profile there. So it's sticking out at about 6 inches from the sign, maybe 8 inches, and this just gives it a little bit more 3D depth, and it also allows easier visibility for tight corners or something that you might not be able to see it head on. It kind of provides a little bit more of an angle for you to read the sign. And these are the informational for the second concept. So once again, the regulatory sign and park amenity sign, very similar material palette as identification signs. And then for the interpretive sign, we have the metal posts with the metal backing. And actually there on the right side, you can see on the smaller interpretive sign there, we used a metal plate for the support, the right support there, because that prevents a protruding object, which is a compliance issue that we didn't want to get involved with. So something else interesting about this when you use that metal plate for the support, it allows a little bit more of a palette to kind of for us to use. So we were able to add the plant palette there as a cutout in that metal. So there wouldn't be any lighting for this, but just the contrast of the cutout would provide a pretty subtle but interesting way to kind of bring that plant palette or that plant silhouette into more of the signs. And this is the trail wayfinding. So this is a little bit more standardized, but we have the same materials used, and then in this scenario we're just placing the wayfinding direction and the name on the side of the sign that we're trying to guide the users. And this is the trail wayfinding. So one thing to note about the trail decision there is we were able to use the PARD logo and incorporate into the sign type. So if you look at the white space there, it makes the K mark. And we're also on this one, so nationally they have kind of park symbols that they have established, and which provide further direction and information to the users. So on top of that, we're able to add some of those symbols, and this would kind of give us another way to provide more direction to the users. So for instance, if you're on a trail that's shared use with bicycles and pedestrians, you might put a bicyclist and a pedestrian up there just to give them the kind of unsaid, just kind of tell them that this is a shared use space and you should be aware of each other. If it's strictly bicycle, you just keep the bicycle up there, and then that makes it pretty clear that this is a primarily bicycle route. And then once again, we have the night scene. This lighting to me looks a little bit more like a downlight on the bottom of the sign face there. But like we said, there's lots of ways you can go with the lighting on this. All right, so concept 3 is called Texas Patina. This one really leaned into the raw Texas look. So we wanted to really use earthy color palette, organic materials, and really kind of lean into that natural look, while also still providing a modern accent and look to it as well. So you can see we have a sandstone rock base there and a wood backing, and then the actual sign face is Corten steel, which is designed to age and weather over time. It creates, it rusts and weathers, and and that's the patina of it. So as that ages and weathers, it'll kind of tell its own story about that sign in particular, and kind of give a little bit of a idea of how old it is and what it's been through. One thing to note about the Corten steel is, as it rusts, it does bleed a little bit. So, which is why we selected the sandstone base. You won't really notice that on sandstone, but if it was on limestone or something lighter, that could potentially be noticeable and undesirable. Informational signs. So similar, we have a small sandstone base for these, and on the park amenity sign, we just have a sandstone veneer around the posts. And then the interpretive sign is just a metal plate that's designed in a way so where it doesn't create a protruding object, but it's at a good height for everyone to use it comfortably. And then once again, we have the option to provide that plant silhouette at the bottom to really give it a little bit of unique interest. These wayfinding signs are pretty typical looking. There's nothing that unique about these except for they follow the same palette, and they still do the job. They're just not as maybe creative as some of the past ones. These are the trail wayfinding signs. So once again, we use the symbols at the top to kind of convey some additional info to the users. And this is a metal posts with aluminum sign faces. And then we have the night scene. All right, so on this slide where we put them all next to each other so you can kind of see them all and compare and contrast. And then on the right side, we have the PARD color palette that we used. As you can see, they directly correlate with the colors we use on each sign. So that just kind of shows you that connection of and how we came up with the various color palettes for these signs. This is an example map. This is really hard to see, so I apologize about that, but this just kind of gives you an idea of where we'll place some of these signs up on Lehman Road. That's where the identification signs will go, and then kind of internal around the playground and facilities there. That's where you'll have some of the informational signage. You might also have some informational signage down at the lake. Maybe it's a warning sign, or talks about the history of the lake, whatever. And then the wayfinding sign will be along the trails, the various trails through the park. And these are the standard symbols that I've mentioned multiple times now. Okay, so yeah, we're looking for various feedback from y'all and any sort of questions or comments that you have. We're open to hear that.
Council members, as you can tell, the signage can get very granular and get very specific. This is part of a larger portion of our Parks Master Plan where we're looking at signage, placemaking in our parks, not necessarily standardizing it across the city, but having some sort of common theme and then also some placemaking within the park. So what we're asking tonight from a discussion standpoint is just feedback from you guys, high level. What do you guys like? What do you not like? Just as we move forward with signage within the parks. Thank you.
Okay. Are we at that slide?
Maybe going back to the one that had the 3 different ones on it would probably be helpful. That one, yes.
Yeah, we'll stand for questions.
Okay, I can start on this end if anybody has any questions. Good. Councilmember Zapata?
This is just a question. I'm not going to die on this hill or anything. But in concept 2, on the wayfinding signs, and I think in concept 3 as well, we have like the little characters that like are running or have a bike. I like that, but I don't remember if it's in concept 1.
It's not. There's various iterations. So some of the feedback that we're collecting ultimately is what are things that you like from each concept,
Yeah.
where we could essentially combine one single concept overall. So if it's a matter of adding those caricatures to the signage itself, then that's something that we could definitely incorporate.
Okay, all right. I just didn't know if there was a reasoning as to why there wasn't, so I just wanted to
Just
know.
various options,
Okay.
just for you to get a wide range of various design elements.
Okay, I'm not sure how my other colleagues feel about those, but I like the little characters. Yeah.
I do too.
What over here? Councilmember Harris?
I think you gave us some really great choices. Thank you very much. I think we'll have probably some difficulty deciding between the 3 options and then mixing and matching some of the other concepts with that. I really like the backlighting. One of my questions about lighting, or maybe just a statement, is I want to make sure that lighting is available, can be adjusted so that it goes down to a dimmer amount, like at 11 p.m.
Yep, that could be something that we can definitely look into.
Yeah, thanks so much.
Councilmember McKinney?
When it comes to lighting, I always defer to Dr. Harris. I appreciate you taking all the time to put all this together. Staff, you guys have done a great job. My personal preference, I think, is going to be concept 1, and it's mostly got to do with the materials themselves and the overall long-term maintenance and unique appearance that comes with them, especially when you're up close, because I know sometimes the veneer just kind of looks cheap. And when you're going to really be seeing these things is when you're close enough to notice. So I think our residents deserve, something that looks nice and is also not incredibly expensive to maintain. I liked the color palette that goes with the second one, and I also liked the signs that integrated the Kyle Park logo. I thought that was a really clever, unique way to you know, kind of highlight that. So
Yeah, creating that identity within the park system.
right, and you know, creating some unity, especially through our trail system, things like that, and you know, agreeing with Councilmember Zapata, like the little characters at the top, especially if you're on speeds of a bicycle or something like that. You can't read if we put anything on there. So those little logos, you know, can give a lot of information real quick. So that's a great idea. That's something I wouldn't have thought of.
That's true. Great feedback on that end. If you don't mind, I'd like to kind of go back to where the park board, they had their feedback. It states there that members supported different elements of the signage, because I know you were wanting specific, you know, ideas or kind of what we would like to see, but maybe they had a different vision. And you know, when it comes to the colors, you know, of course we don't want to make it look too generic, right? But it also states that they want to maybe look at incorporating the city logos as well. And I'm so glad you brought this forward, because I've been driving every day to pick up my daughter at Lehman, and I drive by Steeplechase, and we got this little sign that's all kind of a little faded out that says City Park. It's like about this big, literally about that big. So, but I know this is for the main entrances and so forth like that on that end. What was some of their feedback as far as the logos itself? Were they really pushing for a certain concept? Because I'd like to kind of hear how their feedback was as well.
Yeah, absolutely. I think Dr. Harris actually nailed it. There was a lot of conversation that we had that we couldn't really solely decide on one.
Yeah.
So really the feedback that was relayed was the cohesiveness across the park system and comparing it within the gateway signage itself. So how do we make sure that those same elements that are incorporated on the gateways along I-35 and really all throughout the city, we kind of mash and connect that design element. Maintenance was a big discussion point from the sense of maintaining the existing signage. If you look at option number 3 with the patina and the various wood elements that are being proposed, that does impose additional maintenance concerns for the park board. So that was one of the feedback that they mentioned, but there wasn't really one or the other. I think if you were to tell me, the majority was within 1 and 2, kind of those color concepts. They did like the characters on the signage as well as the K mark. So pretty consistent to what we're hearing here.
Okay, good. Yeah, you make a good point. I think everybody does about the colors and the paint, because let's look at the summertime. Through the years, it'll start fading out, and we want to make sure that we kind of keep that maintenance there. I just was a little hesitant on the lighting at nights, because I know our park's closed at a certain time. And then, you know, like you said, it could be, some of these things could get damaged when you're doing maintenance or cutting grass, or you could have graffiti on it. I know Dr. Harris mentioned again about the low lighting in there. So all this is eventually going to come down to the costing, the cost and the budget for that. So that's just my 2 cents on that. Was there any specific direction that you need from us tonight on this?
No, I think just hearing the feedback that was received today, like I mentioned, it looks like we sort of have a consensus on kind of that option 1, option 2 kind of color coordinations. Mm-hmm. So I think that's sufficient for us to take it back to the next steps.
Okay, sounds good. Anybody else have any other discussions or questions? Everyone good? Okay, thank you. I appreciate it. Thanks for the presentation. All right, I'm going to stay on schedule to keep everybody moving. All right, next up we have item number 6. It's going to be the consent agenda items. Are there any items that anybody would like to pull from here to have a discussion on? Any items that we have here? If not, we'll go ahead and take some motions, but I just want to make sure that everybody, because it's a lot. So if there's anybody here that has a question on anything that you'd like to pull, we can pull it before we make the motion. We all good? Okay, any motions on the consent agenda item?
I make a motion that we accept items number 6 through, it's a long
26.
one. 26.
Okay.
As written.
Okay, motion was made by Councilmember Harris that we approve agenda items, consent agenda items 6 through 26. Second motion was made by Councilmember McKinney. Do we have any discussion on any of these items on the motion? Okay, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed? No. Looks like it passes 5-0. Good. All right, we're moving on, ladies and gentlemen. We're moving on to consider possible action. Consent agenda item number 27 is to consider the approval of an ordinance authorizing a conditional use permit pursuant to Section 5389 of the City Code ordinances to allow the sale or lease of golf carts within IH-35 Overlay District on property located at 3080 Kyle Crossing, Unit 4, Kyle, Texas. This does require a public hearing. And we have Ms. Kayla Sharp, Senior Planner, to present.
All right, good evening, Kayla Sharp, Senior Planner. I'll run through this presentation and then we can do the public hearing after that if that works for you. So tonight we have a conditional use permit for a property located at 3080 Kyle Crossing. The applicant is requesting a conditional use permit to allow the sale of golf carts within the I-35 Overlay District, and the property is zoned warehouse. Just a little bit of background on this. Jacked Carts of ATX has been operating on the site since 2022 without a certificate of occupancy. In September of 2025, they applied for a certificate of occupancy, at which time the planning department determined the use was not permitted per the I-35 overlay. We then recommended that they apply for a CUP pursuant to Section 53-899, which provides some exceptions to allow this type of use within the overlay district. So here is that code section that just kind of outlines what uses are prohibited, and then the code section outlining when exceptions can be granted, and this one falls under one of those exceptions as all of the golf carts are being stored in a fully covered and enclosed building. They have provided, as I said, confirmation that all golf carts are or will be stored within a fully enclosed building, and there will be no outdoor storage or display of any golf carts. The zoning would otherwise allow the use if it was not located within the overlay. And based on this information, staff is recommending approval of the CUP. Your options here tonight are to approve as presented, approve with modifications, or deny. And the Planning and Zoning Commission voted 5-0 to recommend approval, and as I mentioned, staff is also recommending approval. So if we want to go ahead and you can open up the public hearing and then we can do questions after.
Okay, thank you very much. Yes, this does require a public hearing. If there's anybody that would like to come forward to make comment on this agenda item number 27. Public hearing is now open. Anybody like to speak? Okay. Do we keep the item going since it's a first reading? Do we keep the hearing, the public hearing open?
You need to close the public hearing.
Okay, now here to go in and close the public hearing. Okay, does anybody have any questions for Ms. Kistorp on this agenda item? Okay, so did the, is anybody on the side? Okay, I think I was looking at the actual presentation itself. The person did state that they will keep the vehicles within the property?
Yes, all of the golf carts are stored within the building itself.
Okay, all right. Sure, okay. Do we have any motions?
Make a motion to approve.
Okay, motion made by Councilmember Mark McKinney to approve agenda item number 27. Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, second by Councilmember Medina to approve this agenda item. Do we have any discussion on this item?
I'm not a fan of our I-35 overlay, and I think it kind of needs a relook and maybe even a complete overhaul. That's all I'll say about that.
Okay, all righty. Anybody else? Okay. Those in favor say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Aye. Those opposed? Okay. Item passes 5-0. Okay. Moving on to agenda item number 28. It's a first reading. Consider the approval of an ordinance amending a planned unit development ordinance number 1133 which would eliminate the requirements for a fence along the western boundary of Sage Hollow subdivision adjacent to the Quail Meadows subdivision to preserve the existing vegetation screening. This also calls for a public hearing, and we also have Ms. Sharp here to present for us. Thank you.
All right, good evening, Kayla Sharp, Senior Planner. I'll run through this one again and then we can move forward with public hearing and any questions afterwards. So tonight we have a proposed planned unit development amendment for the Sage Hollow subdivision. They are proposing a text amendment to Ordinance 1133. They're requesting to eliminate the requirement to install a fence along the western property boundary of the Sage Hollow subdivision. So this is a PUD that was adopted in 2021. It's located off of West FM 150, west of North Old Stagecoach Road and 2770. It's primarily a single-family residential subdivision with 2 commercial tracts along FM 150. And as I said, the proposed amendment is being requested to remove the requirement to build a fence along the western boundary in an effort to keep the existing vegetative screening. So here is a map of that. If you're familiar with the intersection at Old Stagecoach and FM 150, you've got the gas stations there, you've got Walgreens, so we're kind of in that general area, kind of heading out towards Wimberley. So here is kind of just a broad overlook at kind of some of the existing screening. You can see there are a lot of existing trees and shrubs and things like that along this property boundary currently. And then kind of a close-up image as well. It provides a decent amount of screening as it currently stands. And then a quick overview of the proposed language. Currently, a fence is required along all of the property boundaries, so that we're only looking to remove the fence requirement along this specific western boundary. Kind of analyzing the request, installing the fence as required would result in removal of some or all of the vegetation along the property boundary. I do want to point out that the neighboring tract, the Quail Meadows subdivision, is outside of Kyle city limits. The required fence type per the existing PUD would not provide really any screening, and a majority of residents in the adjacent subdivision, when asked by the developer and home builder, preferred to keep the existing vegetative screening. The homes within the Sage Hollow subdivision adjacent to this property boundary will still have their own privacy fencing on their rear property line. You could kind of see some of those in one of the previous photos. So they'll still have privacy fencing. There's an easement running between those properties and the adjacent property. So they'll still have the privacy fencing on their side. And your options tonight are to approve as presented, approve with modifications, or deny. And the Planning and Zoning Commission voted to recommend approval as presented in October, and staff is also recommending approval as presented. So we can go ahead and open the public hearing.
Okay, all right. We are now going to open up the public hearing for agenda item number 28. If there's anybody that would like to come and speak on behalf of this item, you're more welcome to. Seeing nobody coming up, we're going to go ahead and close the public hearing. Does anybody, council members, have any questions or for Ms. Kayla Sharp? Councilmember Harris?
I have several. Who maintains that easement? Is that a city easement?
So there is a city water line, but I believe it is HOA maintained ultimately.
So who will be responsible for the maintenance of the trees and the shrubbery that is going to remain?
So anything that's actually on the property line will be also maintained by the HOA. A lot of those existing trees are actually on the property of the adjacent subdivision. So there's a few that are actually on the property line, but a lot of them are on private property.
So basically nobody's going to maintain that area?
Anything that's on private property would be theirs to maintain. Anything that's either on the property line or within the easement would be up to the HOA to maintain.
Okay, that concerns me. because they'll be sharing the maintenance of that basically. And there'd be that greenery is behind the fences for the other development that's outside of city limits, right? It'll be.
So anything that's not within the fences of the private property is on the property of the HOA. So that would be, if that makes sense.
So if the easement is owned by the HOA, then the vegetation and the trees and landscaping and everything that occupies the easement will be maintained by the HOA as well. And on the other property, the trees that are on that side of the property will be maintained and owned by that property owner.
And those are behind their fences.
There, as I understand it, there's not going to be a fence, right?
Well, they've got, the other property has fences along there.
Some of the property owners in the adjacent subdivision have fences. Almost all of them have fences of some sort. So if it's beyond their property line, within their property boundaries, it would be on them to.
Okay, so if the fence is built on the property line, a tree overhangs, technically the adjacent property owner, the HOA, could also maintain that tree that hung over, but the property owner could also maintain the tree, if that makes sense. It's like everywhere all over the city where you share boundaries and there are trees that go over into other properties.
I think it's been a problem in Plum Creek because it's unclear who is responsible for taking care of certain areas, and especially related to greenery by the easements. So I would like to see that be clear in this agreement. I don't oppose it, but it is really easy to not maintain it if we've got an easement there and they say, well, we're not going to maintain that shrubbery. It's not on our property.
They could call code enforcement, who would enforce the maintenance of the vegetation if it's out of compliance.
And then the other question is, if you go back to the picture of the area, so there are invasives there. Are we requiring that they remove the invasives? Like that bright green one is Roosevelt weed, needs to come out. So are we going to ask them to do that? And it looks like there's a fence there by it. So. Yeah. So that's on the other side of their that's on the Quail Ridge, Quail.
Yes, that fence would be the kind of dividing line between city
Quail
limits
Meadows.
and Quail Meadows.
So most of those trees over there are in Quail Meadows.
Right, and we wouldn't be able to compel them to remove their vegetation if they're in Hays County.
So can we include that as part of the agreement for this development, that if there are invasives along there, that they remove them?
That they.
I believe that's on their property. Is that correct? It's on the Quail. Did I get the right? Quail Ridge, is that the name
Quail
of the
Meadows.
Quail Meadows. So it's on another subdivision's property, so they don't have control of that.
Well, all of this is not. I mean, they were just saying that the trees on the subdivision's property are on the subdivision's property. I'm just not clear with where all this stuff is.
Sure.
And who's responsible for it. And there are invasives in there that need to come out. And it would be a good time to assure that that happens.
So there are a lot of different properties here, and there are a lot of trees here. If the trees are on the HOA side, we can talk to them about maintenance. If they're on the other side, not only are they on private property, but they're on private property that's outside of the city.
Right, I understand
and so
that.
we can't do anything about
I understand that. It's just very unclear about how much of that
Well,
they're asking for control of.
Yeah, it's something we can look at. Typically, maintenance is, if it's on the HOA side, it would be maintained by the HOA. If we need to look at making sure their maintenance is up to, city standards, we can have that discussion with them. But if it's outside of city limits, then we're kind of limited.
I have a feeling that it would be maintained exactly how it has been thus far, which is none.
Yeah, this really came up from the home builder as they were working with some of the neighbors. To put in a new fence would require some of the vegetation to be removed. some of the adjacent homeowners were expressing concern about removing some of the vegetation to put in that fence. So this was kind of something that they were looking at to do. But Kayla's right. There's some existing, as you can see, some barbed wire fences, some chain link fences. There's no plan to remove any of those or to remove any of the existing vegetation, even though some of them are kind of considered invasive species. It's really looking at whether or not we would require the current home builder of Milestone of the Sage Hollow subdivision to build a fence on that line.
Do they have a representative here tonight?
They do. Yep. Mr. Walkup's here as well.
Then Councilmember Zapata, you'll be next.
Hi, Steve Walkup with Milestone. Just here to answer any questions if you have any, obviously.
McGinney?
For one, to pick up where Councilmember Harris left off, what are your thoughts on the maintenance of the vegetation in this area?
So the HOA, which we do control, we're the declarant, they've kept that area pretty clean and clear. The issue is, as staff has presented, is we're obligated to put in a fence. Our obligation is to put in a wrought iron fence, which doesn't really provide any privacy to the adjacent neighbors. And so we've elected to try to get that fence removed, thereby keeping most of that vegetation in there. There's some really large trees in there, which we didn't want to remove.
I actually like the idea of a vegetative wall more than I do a fence. I think it's a better use for the space.
Sure.
Do you have an estimate with you about what that fence would have cost you if we held you to it?
Of a wrought iron, I think we had it budgeted for maybe 40,000 or so.
Okay.
Yeah.
Would you be willing to make a donation of some kind, up to or close to that amount?
Sure.
Okay.
Yeah.
Appreciate that.
A donation to the HOA, to the city, to trees.
I'm fine with a nonprofit. I'm fine with to the Parks Department. The city in general.
Is the
general
intent-
fund.
Is the intent that the funds be used for a vegetative buffer in this area, or that they be used somewhere else? What's the intent?
My personal opinion is just for beneficial use.
I don't think that's an appropriate term for this particular item. I think if we were asking them to plant vegetation there as opposed to the fence, that could be a conversation to be had, but direct payment to someone in general is not something we would be able to include here.
Fair enough.
Okay. Councilmember Zapata.
So if I'm understanding this correctly, a majority of the vegetation is located on private property, correct?
Correct.
So my concern is that looking at a lot of the property owner comments that came in, a lot of them really love the vegetation and prefer to have that instead of a fence. But if a lot of that is located on private property, we can't guarantee them that at a later date, these private property owners won't rip that all down. So I think, one, I want to make sure that we communicate that to these property owners so that way they understand, like, hey, just so you know, if we don't put a fence in, there's also a risk that these other owners, where a lot of the vegetation does fall, they do have the right to remove it at a later date.
Sure, that's a good point. I think the other thing is this is not really a screening fence, it's a wrought iron fence, so it's not going to provide privacy, even if the vegetation is there or not there. The fencing requirement, the developer could put in the fencing and move on and satisfy all portions of the agreement, and whether or not the vegetation came out or not wouldn't be affected. So
Correct. And there's already a privacy fence. There's a wall on this side plus a privacy fence that we're installing. So, so you get the added privacy from the lights that shine into the adjacent property.
Okay, all right, thank you.
I'm an old country boy. Good fences make great neighbors. It doesn't matter where you're from. Because Dr. Harris made some great points. But at the same time, this is the same battles that I have in Steeplechase. This was a battle I had in Kensington. This is a battle that I have in Southlake, where we have to have, like, who's in charge of cleaning up this mess? Let's fast forward 10 years from now, okay, when this is all developed out, and you've got all this natural shade and trees and brush that's there, it's going to be who's in charge of cleaning up all this mess, especially when we have down trees, we have overgrown brush. One of the battles I had in Steeplechase is because they have no HOA. So a lot of their embankments and a lot of their areas where it was flooding a lot to where they had nobody maintaining it. And I had to get with a resident, and there's like this, tunnel or like an end cap that goes all the way down, right, from the fences. Well, the fences are lined up here, but all in the middle is high brush. Well, they didn't realize that their property line goes all the way down to the end. So he had to go in and build a fence just to mow his section out so he wouldn't get code enforcement giving him violations every other week because his area is not maintained. And it's those embankments that belong to the residents that they don't realize that they're in charge of. Okay, so I understand where we're coming from, where we want to keep everything natural, but there's going to have to be some kind of buffer for future use to say, hey, look, this belongs to the HOA. You are responsible for maintaining all of this area, and private owners are to remain to take care of the rest. Because like Councilmember Zapata was saying, is that if they eventually move on or they sell their property, it's going to come back to the, hey, we got this overgrown brush here. Let's call the city because they maintained it before, like I have over there at South Lake. But why are they not maintaining it now? And we're getting dinged by code enforcement, or there's a major hazard, or there's fences that are down. So it's a matter of trying to find out the balance. We want to keep it the natural setting, but you've got to be able to build some kind of barrier to show people this belongs to HOA and these are private owners and this is the developer. We've got to kind of find that middle ground. And how would we go about doing something like that? Would the wrought iron fence work, or?
Again, it wouldn't screen. You would be able to see through it, but on the other side of the property is Hays County, so we wouldn't be able to compel them to, maintain their property to our code enforcement standards like we would on the side of Sage Hollow.
Okay, so there's nothing that we can reach out to the county to state, this is y'all's property, and they have to be able to maintain it yearly or something like that?
It doesn't belong to the county per se, it's just in the county. These are it's private
Private
property on the other
owners.
side.
Okay, so you'd have to go to the actual homeowners and
Yes,
say,
sir. You have to
maintain
have-
your brush or
And
maintain your trees.
I think the issue that from the staff perspective was the fencing that had been negotiated in the development agreement in the zoning was not a screening fence, it's a wrought iron fence, as Amber said, you can see through it. And to put that up would take down some of the vegetation that's on the developer side of the property as well, thereby reducing it even further, the screening. So that's the request, as I understand it from the developer, is simply to say, we don't think that the fence adds a screening component, and we don't want to take down more vegetation that's already providing a natural barrier. And that's the request. But what happens on the private property on the side that's in Hays County will be the individual property owners decide what to do with that. It is true, at some point that could be removed, it could not be maintained, but that could be the case whether the fence is up or not. We think that issue is the same either way.
I will say this property luckily is platted, so where the red line is on the map, between that and the back of the homes, it's what, a 20-foot, 15, 20-foot easement that is owned and maintained by the homeowners association. So it is explicitly stated that on the plat for
Okay,
this.
so they know that they are responsible for that specific area.
Yes, for kind of that cleared area,
Okay.
absolutely. So it's technically behind the fence homes, the home owner fences, and where that red line is, there is an easement that is explicitly stated on the plat that's maintained by the
Like Dr. Harris says, if we can make sure that that's in the agreement to where they know that this specific area is theirs.
Absolutely, and I think we
So-
can double check some of the maintenance HOA kind of CCNRs that you have
Okay.
and make sure that that's expressly stated, but the plat does highlight that as well.
Pictures are not that old, only maybe 2 months old, and they've maintained it fairly well.
Okay. Okay, Councilmember Medina.
So with that, then, showing the chain link fence, a lot of that's hanging over that fence into the easement area. So that would be something then the HOA would be willing to go, and if the property owners on the other side don't keep up with what's hanging over, they could just come down and shave it down.
And they've already done that.
Okay.
In that particular Roosevelt weed looks like it's on the.
There's quite a bit of it on the easement side.
Yeah,
Mhm.
needs to come out.
Okay.
Yeah, if there's any invasives in the alley, so to speak, we can certainly have those removed.
That'd be good.
Okay, anybody else? Yeah, anybody like to make a motion?
I make a motion to approve.
Okay, motion made by Councilmember McKinney to approve agenda item number 28. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Councilmember Zapata. All right, any discussion on the item before we approve? Okay, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Anybody opposed? No. Item passes 5-0. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Okay, now we're going on to agenda item number 29. Consider approval of a 10-year master service agreement with Axon Enterprises for public safety technologies systems in the amount not to exceed $6,999,8640 with a fiscal year of 2026 cost of $431,860 via Bybird Cooperative Purchasing Contract. This agenda item is presented by Chief Hernandez.
Council members, good evening. For the record, my name is Pedro Hernandez. I serve as the Assistant Chief of Police for the Kyle Police Department, and with me virtually tonight is our Chief of Police, Dr. Jeff Barnett. Thank you for the opportunity to present this item to you tonight. Tonight, we're asking you to consider approval of a 10-year master service agreement with Axon Enterprises for public safety technology systems in an amount not to exceed $6,999,086.40, with the first year 2026 payment of $431,860.02. Now, if I could provide you a summary of this item. The City of Kyle Police Department relies on Axon Enterprises, Inc. for a range of essential public safety technologies, including tasers, body-worn cameras, in-car video systems, and digital evidence management software. These systems are critical to modern policing and provide both transparency and accountability in police operations. Over time, the city's use of Axon products has expanded across multiple contracts with differing renewal cycles, creating administrative inefficiencies and uneven coverage of technology across the department. Some equipment has reached the end of its service life, while other systems operate under separate support and storage agreements. This item consolidates those existing agreements into one single 10-year master service agreement and expands the city's deployment to ensure that every sworn officer and operational unit is equipped with Axon's protective technologies. The agreement provides new and replacement body-worn cameras, in-car video systems, tasers, cloud-based evidence management software, and virtual reality training tools, ensuring consistent coverage, enhanced officer safety, and more efficient evidence management. Under the new agreement, the first year cost is, again, $431,860.02, which aligns with the city's current annual expenditure for existing Axon services. Beginning in year 2, the annual cost will increase to approximately $729,692 as the expanded equipment and software subscriptions are fully deployed and brought under unified support. The new contract is procured through Bybird Cooperative Contract number 743-24, which provides the city with competitively bid pricing and access to ongoing technical support under a standardized state-approved purchasing framework. Now, if I can provide you an overview. The Kyle Police Department has been a customer of Taser Axon for nearly 20 years, so this is nothing new to our department. We first bought our tasers approximately in 2005 when it was Taser International. Since then, it's been acquired by Axon, and they all fall under all their products fall under Axon now. Again, they provide us our body-worn cameras, in-car cameras, tasers, as well as a cloud-based video storage and transfer software. All data in the cloud-based storage belongs solely to the Kyle Police Department. Axon has no rights or ownership to that data. With the bundled program, the total savings achieved, as opposed to individual contracts over the 10 years, is approximately $3.7 million. I'd like to now highlight some advantages of this new contract. It will streamline, again, the 5 existing contracts that we have into one master contract, which will improve the efficiency of processing and making payments on that contract. It will set fixed pricing for 10 years, allowing for long-term budgeting in a market where prices often increase. It's going to expand our capabilities. It's going to add needed body cameras, tasers, software accounts, 911 enhancements, and for all the new police personnel that we add. It's going to increase the number of body cameras from 82 to 100. It's going to increase our tasers from 76 to 83. It will increase our evidence.com licenses from 96 to 110. This will provide for in-car mobile cameras to be refreshed at the 5 and 10-year marks. Under the ERA plan, current and future AI tools that will be released to improve efficiency and will provide us early access to them. Now, let me highlight on this part, this will be only if we want them and we approve them. And today, we already have the ability to opt out of specific modules under these products. With the Fusus Pro, this will allow our real-time crime center analysts and supervisors to monitor live feed from officers' activated body cameras. This will help improve 911 dispatch procedures as outlined in Prepared 911. Under the Prepared 911, this software will prepare transcripts to responding officers, provide live summary, real-time translation, and the caller can even FaceTime and be seen on the officer's department-issued phone or other devices. The live link option will provide FaceTime to a 911 caller. Examples where this may be beneficial is if we're handling a mental health investigation or maybe negotiating with a barricaded subject. The Axon Assistant module will translate out in the field. It will provide immediate language translation in over 50 languages, and it will retrieve and recite agencies' policies upon demand. This is beneficial because instead of an officer burying their head in a computer and working on a keyboard, they can request that information just by activating their body camera and through their body camera. So it provides more hands-free options to the officers to increase their safety out in the field. The Smart Capture, it's not a database no specific database is being touched by this. It's taking information from a driver's license. It'd be like me taking a picture of a driver's license and then later typing that information into the system. By scanning the driver's license with this feature, it will auto-populate the information from that driver's license. The smart detection technology, that specifically looks for movement. It is not a facial recognition software. What this will benefit us is it will allow the reviewer to find a place in the video, especially if it's a lengthy video, if it's a 2-hour video and there's no activity maybe for the first 30, 45 minutes, the reviewer doesn't have to sit through that. It can be prompted to go into where the first human figure enters the frame of the camera. With the Axon My90, that's a community engagement tool. It allows for post-incident follow-up, as well as we can use it internally in the department. The Axon Standards module can create department customizable forms to save the officer time while preparing required reports, and it could also link other features from the Axon system, like the taser logs or body-worn camera video, to that specific report. Now, there's been a lot of information distributed, and I'd like to bring some clarity to some of it. What this contract is not having anything to do with drones. No flying or observing drones are included in this contract. We opted out of that a while back. This, again, is not a facial recognition software. The mandatory, so-called mandatory enhancements, if those enhancements are made, we as the user still have the option of controlling whether we use those and deploy those within our department. Again, we have that option today. And then it is not a community at large surveillance. These tools are used per incident, and at the patrol level, they're patrol based. And then we are not, again, being used as a test agency for any of this equipment or any of this software. Again, we're a longtime customer of Axon. So again, this is nothing new to our department. This is equipment that we use today. In summary, this agreement, again, the most important part, streamlines multiple contracts into one easier to manage package, allowing for a 10-year budgeting plan and adding necessary body cameras, tasers, in-car video cameras, and software accounts for our growing staff. Additional software enhancements as described are also included. Recommendations, staff recommends that you approve this item as presented.
Okay, I'm going to start on this side. If anybody has any questions for Chief Hernandez. Mark McKinney, Councilmember Mark McKinney.
I've already asked all of the questions I had. I'm comfortable making a decision.
Okay, all right. Dr. Harris.
I'm comfortable with this package. I have some law enforcement background, and I was married to a police chief, plus some other stuff. I would like to have had them have access to all of this. I think it's critical. I think it will be extremely useful. It will take some of the tedium out of the job of filling out forms. I think that's excellent. I think we have protected ourselves through this contract by being able to opt out, and that we're maintaining our own data. They do not have access to it, so I'm good with the answers to our questions.
Thank you.
Okay. Anybody on this side have any questions for Chief Hernandez? Councilmember Zapata.
So I think, one, I just want to be very clear because I asked this question, in preparation about whether or not the contract outlines we have the right to opt out of future AI technology from the AI Era Plan. The formal answer that I received was that this contract does not give the city a written right to opt out of specific future AI features. Instead, Axon says the city can control or disable features through system settings. And I just want to be very clear that opting out and disabling are technologically two very different things. So I think, one, this idea that we can opt out, it was clarified to me that that is contractually not in the contract. I think, in addition to that, I think the other thing that I'm wondering about is why we are looking to spend almost $90,000 on a Fusus upgrade when the council last September approved Fusus standard at that a little over $400,000, and now we're being asked to approve a $90,000 upgrade for Fusus Pro Plus. What KPIs do we have in order to back up the necessity of that, and just justification for why that's necessary, and if the system that is less than a year old is insufficient, why is it insufficient, and shouldn't that be an option for exploring other alternatives? So I guess that's my first question.
The part of Fusus, these are upgrades that Axon is now making to Fusus when they acquired Fusus. I don't remember the timeline when they acquired them, but now that they've acquired them, this is part of this particular package, and these upgrades are being made in this release, in this package.
So the standard Fusus that the council approved in September of last year is no longer an option that's available. We must upgrade to Fusus Pro Plus.
It is part of this package, yes. It's not a separate standalone system anymore.
Okay, and when we looked at the contract, did we negotiate or try to figure out what tools would be the most helpful and try to see if we could get a bundle with Axon, especially if we've been a customer with them for, a couple of decades, it seems, because I asked the question as to whether or not we could purchase these individual tools, because I do believe that there are some great things in this package that alleviate administrative burden and that assist with officer and resident safety. But I think that we need to try exploring whether or not Axon can work with us so that we can get those items a la carte and then bundle them together so that way they can work with us on that, especially, like I said, if we've been working with them for nearly 2 decades. Is that an option that we have considered?
I don't know, Chief Barnett.
Yeah, I'll answer that.
Yeah, you
so
can answer.
actually what we're asking for, we do want to utilize the options that they provided. So it's not that we've had some in mind that we did not want to utilize, other than the drones that Assistant Chief mentioned earlier. We actually are asking for your approval to get us the Fuchsius upgrade. The Fuchsius upgrade, as he mentioned, Fuchsius was primarily a standalone company. Initially a standalone company. They have since been acquired by Axon, and Axon has added a lot of great enhancements to their product that they offer that we think could be beneficial to our community, to our officers. The biggest part of that is the 911 component. When you call 911 and you are asking for help, traditionally a dispatcher will radio that to an officer and then provide typed information that they're able to type from your communications and send that to an officer in the field, but they're limited to that. The Fuchsius upgrade brings in a lot of added features that we think are beneficial and safe that will help our officers in the field responding to the call get there with more information, more expedient information, and we think that the end consumer, that citizen that's calling for help, will be proud that we got all of the details that they have provided to the 911 dispatcher before the officer gets there when that's possible. So it's not that we didn't try. We actually want to utilize the things that are included in this all-inclusive package, minus the drones, as he mentioned. We opted not to pursue that as part of the discussion. But everything else we think is of benefit to the city.
Okay, can you confirm whether unlimited smart detection automatically scans every person in every body camera video, including innocent bystanders, and records details like clothing color, hats, backpacks, visible body attributes, and movement such as running or walking? And does Fusus Pro Plus do the same? And if so, where does that video come from?
So I don't know how the two intertwine, but I know as part of the one big system, yes, smart detection is going to do that, but it's looking for figures. It's not looking for facial identification. It's not trying to do that kind of technology. It's simply helping us look for human forms in a video when we want to speed along the review. It's not, as mentioned earlier, I think by one of the comments from the community, something that's going to track their face and store that image and make that available so that we can look up their face later. That is not what the technology does. It's looking for human movements so that it can help us when we're doing our reviews and doing anything that we need to do for open records purposes.
So to be clear, it does track every single person who comes within the body camera view. It tracks their movement, clothing colors, hats, backpacks, visible body attributes.
I hate to say that it tracks every single thing, but in general, the answer to your question is yes. It's tracking the human movement, the human figure, without identifying the individual. But yes, it's trying to determine, is this a human that's here in the video, and then to provide us the assistance based on that information.
Mm-hmm. And so I think one of the things that I was surprised to find out is I thought this smart detection tool was only applicable to the body camera, but in the answers that I received, it's also applicable to Fusus Pro Plus. And I don't think the general public understands what Fusus Pro Plus is and exactly what the RTCC is as well. So I think it would be helpful if you explained what the RTCC is and what Fusus Pro Plus is and all of the different camera feeds that feed into that. Because if smart detection is running on all of these cameras, I think people deserve to know that.
Sure. So the Real-Time Crime Center is something that we're very proud of at the Kyle Police Department. It was very forward-thinking of City Council years ago that wanted to include that in the new Public Safety Center. and that they toured several facilities around the country and the state and became very familiar with what they can do. A real-time crime center is staffed by trained professionals. If you can think of somewhat like many of them start their career out as a 911 dispatcher. They're working in an environment where they're taking in emergency calls via telephone and radio, and then they're transferring that information out to first responders in the field while gathering as much information as possible to provide the best response possible. A real-time crime center analyst actually does that, but has a little bit more time to focus on providing more information by accessing either databases, video feeds, additional history reports from maybe an address where first responders have responded in the past, any information that they can glean in order to better inform first responders, and then to provide the best response possible and the safest response for our officers. A good example would be if we get called to an address, those real-time crime center professionals will review previous history calls and see if there have been any threats to first responders. And they can also check and see if there are any individuals there that may have warrants out for their arrest, provide that to the responding first responders, and then, or any other safety information if there's any dangers, and just simply make that first response safer for those responders. Additionally, you ask about the video cameras. So Fuchsia's takes in, it basically is a software package that will take in whatever video we want to feed it, the end user. We currently have our city security cameras up, the ones that are on the Public Safety Center, for example. Those are fed into that as well. Also, the cameras on any license plate reader systems or any live view cameras that the city owns, where we try to maintain a safety view. The building that you're in now has security cameras on it. Our real-time crime center dispatchers can view those cameras in case we have a threat on that facility and provide that information to those first responders to get them there as quickly as possible with the right information. So that's their main purpose, to provide additional information to first responders using databases, accessible videos to which they have permission to use, and to better improve our response and to get our first responders there as quickly as possible with the right information. That's in general. It does, I would say it does more specifics, but that's in general what it does.
Okay, thank you. And then I think just to also clarify, the Real-Time Crime Center is an AI-powered software. And I don't think that the public generally understands that. It's provided by Axon. And it's touted for its very, very innovative AI capabilities, in that every single source that feeds into it, it gives it AI capabilities. And that's on Axon's own website and Axon's own marketing products. I think the other question that I have is when unlimited smart detection is enabled, which is a thing that captures the color of people's clothing, whether they have tattoo or jewelry or wearing a hat, does AI analysis run automatically upon upload, even if the person in the video is not suspected of a crime? And can a Kyle resident who appears in someone else's body camera video or private resident or commercial footage opt out of being scanned or stored by Axon's AI system?
Great question. So when outside of the city cameras opt to come into the city's Fuchsia's network, it is because they have chosen to do so. Any business owner that would like to share their cameras with the Kyle Police Department, they have at least one option to do that through the Fuchsia's network. So that is because they have chosen to give us access to their cameras. Therefore, they are consenting to what is captured on the video. It's important to note that they get to determine the processes and the availabilities of their video camera, such as they can choose which cameras are accessible by the police department. They can even choose under what circumstances those video cameras are under the application of the police department. For example, a certain business could choose to only make their cameras available to our real-time crime center when there is an emergency at their physical address and at no other time. So when they call in an emergency, they could have it set up to where their cameras are opened up to our real-time crime center. They could also choose to give it a radius of an event within a mile or half mile or whatever they want to choose to open up those cameras. They could help us look for a vehicle that may be leaving the scene of a crime, or to determine a vehicle accident location, because sometimes descriptions are generally vague, especially along the interstate. And all of that is at their user settings. Second to that, their video that comes into that is maintained on their security system, not ours and not Axon and not Fuchsia's. We do not maintain their video. It is simply accessible by giving us access into their camera system to watch. Their video storage is theirs and theirs alone unless we ask for it and they share it. I hope that provides some clarity. I did want to add one more thing. The Real-Time Crime Center is a division of people. There are many tools that they use. Axon or Fuchsia's or any other piece of software is just one component of the Real-Time Crime Center. The Real-Time Crime Center is people doing the job of being an analyst and an experienced telecommunicator providing information to first responders, if I could clarify that.
Okay, so thank you. And I think, to be clear, residents who appear in any of this footage, so for example, if I'm at Kyle Market Days with my family and a body camera is on, or I walk past one of these cameras, the system is going to automatically analyze what my child is wearing and capture that information. If it scans every single person upon upload into Axon Evidence, and if Fusus Pro Plus is running and those cameras around the park have opted into Fusus, then that means that that information is being kept and logged. So I think I ethically cannot support just this facet of it, the smart detection. I have really big issues because we don't know how that metadata is kept, tracked, logged. We don't have enough answers. I would appreciate a conversation with an Axon rep so that way I can ask these more technological questions that I think also the public has as well in order to get clarification, because there's nothing that prohibits Axon in our contract from not moving towards things that get closer to facial recognition technology. Not saying that that's the case here at all, but there is nothing in the contract that prohibits that. And if we're signing up for this AI era plan, like I said, there is nothing contractually within this contract that allows us to opt out. It only allows us to disable. And that means that there's still a possibility that on the back end for processing, that still happens. It just means that the ability for our users to be able to do that does not exist. And so I want to make sure that it's clear that we are signing ourselves up for not just current technology, but all future technology that we don't even know exists yet. Axon is a private company and they benefit off of our data, off of data collection. And it seems that they're getting closer and closer to a mission creep and they're walking a very fine line. And I don't want our residents to be test subjects for this newer technology, like I said, that we don't know exists yet. I want our officers to have the tools that alleviate, like I think like the translation services, like I think that's fantastic. The auto transcription, like I love those things. But I think that if we have the option to not lock us in and use our residents as guinea pigs for AI technology that we have yet to understand, then I think it is beneficial for us to try and renegotiate this contract with Axon and say, in good faith, we have been longtime customers. Listen, we want most of these tools. We just don't want this, and we just don't want to be locked into this AI era plan for 10 years. I want to try and work in good faith with Axon, have questions answered. And so at this time, I just do not feel comfortable being able to say okay to this purchase. I think it's a very dangerous, slippery slope, and it's also one that puts our officers, I think, in danger. If you look at Axon's SEC K-10 form filings, Axon has several litigations where it comes to wrongful death lawsuits, misidentification lawsuits, and guess who is named in those lawsuits? Not Axon as liability, it names the officers and the cities. And that is something that I do not want our officers or our city to have to undergo. Because, for example, it was said during public comment, like if the auto translation on the body camera misinterprets something or gets it wrong, but that translator and the officer was relying on that to get it right, and something happens, we're not liable. I mean, we're liable. Axon's not liable. And it's going to be that officer's name that is in these filings. And I can't say okay to this at this time unless we try and negotiate with Axon in good faith for the tools that are helpful, that do not create a danger for our residents or for our officers, and try to see if we can get a better deal with them. Because even for the AI era plan, if you look at the invoice billing, they're only giving us a $20 discount. So I think that if we've been customers of them for over 2 decades, we deserve a better discount on a lot of these products. So I think that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Councilmember Medina, any feedback?
Yep. So I want to thank you for answering many of the questions that a lot of people had, specifically on the facial recognition. And I appreciate the number, the $3.7 million saved to consolidate the 5 contracts into one. Is that 3.7 over the 10 years?
Correct.
So that would be $370,000 a year. With that, you could hire how many more officers to come out and protect our city?
I can give you a quick number. Providing the equipment and all, and that would get you about 2.5 officers, including the vehicles and equipment and training.
Okay. So that would be a boost in positive direction for our city going forward, because we're saving that money and we can repurpose it to something that's going to help our community even more. And then as far as the data being preserved, we know it's on the cloud. How long is that data out there for future use to be looked at in the future?
It depends on whether it's tied to a case, a traffic stop. There are retention dates on there that at minimum 90 days, and then they start deleting.
Okay.
And the supervisor, we will get a notification that something's about to be deleted. If it needs to be saved for a particular case, then we can save it under that case number.
Okay. Yeah, I appreciate the information. I'm comfortable with everything that was presented.
Thank you.
Okay, anybody else? Okay. My thought on this is that I understand that you're coming from Councilmember Zapata and the residents and so forth. I just kind of look at things a little bit different on that end. When it comes to the body cameras, it's technology that we utilize today for all the officers. And, when we're constantly talking about accountability and transparency for our officers, this is what we are using. This is the technology that we're using. And I can go on and say that, we live in a society right now that we're being surveillanced everywhere. I can go to Walmart right now and stand in line at the register, and then my face appears out of nowhere. And I'm like, where did this come from? Did I consent to that? No, I didn't, but I'm in a private business. So my face is already generated there. And of course, my daughter who's standing next to me. I get the concern that, whenever there's a emergency response and whenever there is an emergency response, that is a lot of times when the officer's body camera turns on, and it calculates everybody that's around you. Because sometimes you're going to need that in your report, or you're going to need that to where it's like, okay, was that person wearing a red shirt, or it ended up being a pink shirt? And those critical details are important when you're trying to locate a subject, or you're just trying to resolve a situation that's there. And unfortunately, or fortunately, you have people that are going to be there. I understand the concern about what do we use with our AI and how long this information is saved. But I look at it in a sense to where if we have our modern technology where our officers can utilize this in a safe manner, we can have our officers use it to hold them accountable, right? Because that's what we're always asking for these officers. That's what these cameras are for. So sometimes to me, it's kind of hard to understand when you got people that are against a lot of these items, but then again, they're screaming and yelling on the other side, we need to hold these guys accountable at the same time. That's what it's for. That's what it's for. And you also are able to pick up anything that's verbally exchanged between the residents or the whatever it is, as far as somebody being pulled over, or you have a victim of a situation, you have it documented there. Because a lot of times in these criminal cases, it's always hearsay. Well, she said this and he said that. Well, this is not what was actually done. And when you're having DWIs and you got people there on the camera, you can be able to present your case. And if the person is innocent, they're innocent. Guess what? A body camera proved that. So, but I see both sides. I see both sides to where we're concerned about the data that's being saved. It's everywhere. You go to a bank, our data is saved everywhere. And I mentioned this to a resident. A lot of times it has to do with the police, bottom line. Because you could go to the school and you can go check out little Sarah because she's got a doctor appointment. You give your ID to the clerk. They put it in a database. They put it in the machine. Where does that information go? That has your driver's license, that has your photograph, that has your date of birth, that has all those details. But we don't question them, but we question the police, okay? And a lot of times that's where I feel that this is coming from. But at the same time, I also understand the concerns that resident has about the scenario of Big Brother watching them. But the only thing that I want to just kind of add on is to the funding on this. We said we've been working with them for over 20 years and so forth. The increase that we're having in year 2, is that just because of the technology that we know that's going to be coming out? Or is it just for the amount of technology that's going to be needed for the body camera? Because I see here that it's going to increase the first year, if this gets approved, would be 431, and then by year 2 through 20, is that an additional 729 per year, or is it going to be a base price all the way across? And what would we get for those items within the next 2 to 10 years?
Right, well, the 431, that number is currently what the current 5 contracts consist of. That's what we had to pay for that anyway. So obviously with the addition of year 2 through 10, that is with the entire package, with all the upgrades, the addition of the extra licenses, the addition of the extra body cameras, the extra tasers. So that's also a significant cost, is the additional items that we're purchasing.
Okay, so on average, let's just go with a rundown. How often do the body cameras on each officer runs per day? Because you've got 3 shifts, right? A, B, and C?
Well, they work 12-hour shifts. So,
they work 12-hour shifts.
And they recharge them there, and they upload there at the police department. Under this new plan, the body cameras will be replaced every 2.5 years, and the in-car cameras will be replaced at the 5-year mark and at the 10-year mark. Will be upgraded with new devices.
Okay, so they'll be upgraded every 2 years on the cameras and also within the vehicles.
2.5 years on the body cameras.
Oh, on the body cameras. And that includes also any kind of upgrade for the software, meaning the clear picture, the clear microphones and things like that, to where you're able to pick up those kind of items, whether it's whispers all the way to loud screaming. You can be able to identify those types of things from those cameras to help also with the report writing, correct?
On the body cameras, yes, it's got the microphone, and that's going to have the software for the translation, and also to request policies. So an officer could say, what is my department's pursuit policy? And then the body camera will read it back to them. So it'll help them make better and quicker decisions out in the field.
Yep. So like if somebody gets pulled over and you're kind of, because of course you're not going to have the penal code in your brain. It's hard to go by. You're not going to have it all, right? So you can actually use that as a reference for while you're on the site during whatever it is, a traffic stop or whatever. You can be able to look up that information there and then help identify.
Right, that'll be an immediate resource that they'll have available through the body camera, instead of having to go back to their car or start, trying to search it on the computer or on a cell phone. Hands-free is one of the biggest benefits. Because they'll speak it and request it, and then they'll get that information read back to them, instead of them being tied up, trying to manipulate another device. So helps with officer safety out in the field.
Okay, on that end. Okay, Councilmember has asked about that. I yield the floor.
So I just want to point out that in Axon's contract, they don't guarantee accuracy. And on their website, they say that they require a human touch point in order to verify the accuracy of that. So the situation that you just described, in which an officer utilizes the policy AI tool in order to use it out in the field, means that they're not going to go back and double check. They're going to rely on this AI policy chat in order to give them the correct information, yet Axon does not guarantee that accuracy and consistently markets that they need a human touch point in order to do so. They also don't provide any guarantees of accuracy, and that's written in the contract. And they don't provide us any measures as to like false positive rates as well. So I think the one thing that I want to make sure is that, like I said, if we are going to be in situations where our officers are relying on this AI software in order to basically guarantee them that they're doing the right thing, yeah, Axon says that that's not necessarily possible and they don't recommend that. What sort of practices and training do we have in place to ensure that that's not the case? Because then to me it seems like, well, if they need to double check in order to make sure it's accurate, then what's the point of the software in the first place? And then I also want to clarify that in order for the body cameras to function, does it require the smart detection? Because the way that it's written in the contract is that that's an add-on, not necessarily something that is required in order for the body camera to function.
So to the first part, just like with any other tool, device, any other piece of equipment, any other piece of software that we utilize in the field, in the office, we verify. We don't make decisions just based on one item or one piece of information. So I believe all these tools in this software is going to provide additional resources to the officers. So, you know, they have supervisors on site. They verify information. They verify identities through other means. So they're not just going to rely on just one piece of information obtained through one device or one item or one piece of software. And then your second question was what again? I'm sorry.
I have.
Okay, go ahead. All right.
Yeah. The answer is that it can be turned off. It is not always running. We have the option to turn that off.
Can we triple check that? Because on Axon's own website, it says that the difference between like the smart detection and unlimited smart detection is that unlimited smart detection is always on, and the video gets analyzed as soon as it's uploaded into Axon Evidence. Whereas I think like the regular version, you have the ability to toggle it on or off.
I will triple check it like you mentioned. However, I got it directly from the Axon company themselves that we can turn it off.
Okay.
But I'll triple check that for you and get that in writing for you. Fair question.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Ready to vote? Any motions?
I'd like to make a motion to approve agenda item number 29.
Okay.
Second.
Okay. Motion was made by Councilmember Mark McKinney and second by Dr. Harris. Do we have any other discussions referencing agenda number 29? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed?
Nay.
Okay. Item passes 4.
Thank you.
All right, agenda item. We're going to go with agenda item number 30. Consider approval of a resolution awarding RFP 2025 DD12 to Nate Nickerson Enterprises with Common Ground, authorizing the city manager to execute an exclusivity negotiations agreement (ENA) for the purpose of advancing site planning, preliminary design coordination to refine the concept and ensure alignment with the city's vision for the Heroes Memorial Park restaurant sites. Okay, this is also presented by Rosie Truelove. Thank you.
Good evening, Rosie Truelove. Executive Director, Strategic Development. We're excited here to talk about Heroes Memorial Park Restaurant. The item before you today is to officially award the RFP that we have been going through the process of conducting and to authorize the city manager to execute an exclusive negotiating agreement, which basically just means that we're picking our development partner to help us through this process. It doesn't obligate us to any particular development style, any particular restaurant concept. It really just allows us to enter into a negotiation to figure all of that out. We will then bring that back for further discussion with council in future council meetings. So this development partner selection allows us to activate the park and the surrounding district with high quality dining experience that will complement Heroes Memorial Park. Our goal is to deliver a financially and operationally sustainable concept that's going to align with our long-term vision for economic vitality and to enhance our community engagement and destination appeal by adding a unique gathering space that supports local residents and attracts visitors. This will be done in alignment with our strategic plan, the thriving and prosperous economy, and fun and vibrant community strategic focus areas. This is the located in tax increment reinvestment zone number 2. As a reminder, we created this TERS in December of 2018. It is anticipated that it will terminate in December of 2037. The TERS covers 1,480 acres with a city and county participation at 50%. This restaurant site is located right along FM 1626, nestled between Heroes Memorial Park and the Sprouts Farmers Market and 3 retail buildings. So you can see it's really in this red area that's highlighted in the top picture and the bottom picture. It's really that gateway piece into the Heroes Memorial Park and is fundamentally adjacent to across the street from the Sprouts Shopping Center. This is part of the infrastructure agreement and property conveyance that was executed in April of 2023 between the City of Kyle, Momark, Plum Creek Development Partners, and this document defines the conveyance of several key parcels, including this one that we're talking about today, and the delivery of public infrastructure within the brick and mortar district. This property has actually been conveyed to the City of Kyle, so we do have control of this property right now. Just as a reminder, we've done a lot of investment in this area between Heroes Memorial Park, the La Verde Park and Cultural Trail, the parking lot, Retail Roads project, and the Colors Roundabouts that are coming in the not distant future, totaling a little more than $48 million. We have done a 2-part RFP process here. First part started at the end of last year, where we issued an RFP looking to evaluate proposees that want to identify interest in this particular parcel, evaluating them on their qualifications and experience, their understanding of the city's objectives, and their financial stability. Through that process, we had 4 respondents. We shortlisted 3. Our evaluation panel was firm and had a nice strong consensus in what we brought forward. We invited those 3 top firms to phase 2 of the RFP, published in March of 2025. It closed at the end of April in 2025, where we evaluated them on their building concept and creative space design, on making the restaurant a destination, their menu and concept branding, entertainment and community engagement, expectations from the city, and their financial stability. And our recommended development partner is Common Ground. They are here today to give us a brief presentation on their concept for the park. We don't have a restaurant that we're envisioning right now. This is really just picking our development partner, and we will work through a process to figure the rest of that out. Some of the strengths of the proposed concept that they did provide, it includes some great additions to the park. It fits well with our family environment, very clearly illustrate what we anticipate for programming with indoor and outdoor seating and a really strong business plan. And Common Ground is a great development partner. They've developed over 1 million square feet of retail and restaurant space all across Central Texas with a strong focus on community-driven mixed-use projects. They have a proven success in public-private partnerships with the example of Bird Creek Crossing in Temple, delivering high-quality retail destinations and experience creating creating restaurant-anchored, family-friendly spaces like the Grove and Hutto Commons. I'm going to turn it over now to our development partner and let them run through their overview of their vision.
Thanks, Rosie. Good evening, council members. I'm Nathan Nickerson with Common Ground, and we really appreciate the opportunity to participate in this RFP and share some of our thoughts and vision with you all tonight. As Rosie mentioned, we have developed over 1 million square feet of restaurant, retail, and mixed-use space in Central Texas, and a significant portion of that has been through public-private partnerships. This site specifically, we're really honored to be working on it because our passion with Ashley and David and myself is creating community assets that bring people together. So I'll hand it over to you, Ashley, to share a little more.
Thanks. For our portion of this, we just wanted to introduce ourselves and really talk about placemaking, since at this stage we're really about our approach and want to make sure that's understood and then potential next steps. So to start with introductions, maybe lead us off, Nate, again. You're sort of the founder.
Sure, yes. Nathan Nickerson with Common Ground. Been in Central Texas my entire career, focused on real estate development.
David Lupke with Common Ground. I'm the newest member to Central Texas, 8 years here. Most of the rest of my career and life has been in Wisconsin and across the country.
And I'm Ashley Heron. I'm an architect. I've been practicing in Texas since 2011, largely with Lake Flato Architects, where I gained a lot of experience with various retail and mixed-use and urban-based projects, both in San Antonio and Austin, and have since gone out on my own for my architecture, collaborating with Common Ground on this development. And all of us have worked together on several projects because we really share, again, this passion for creating community and creating spaces that are really embedded in community and better retail than sort of what has been considered standard in the past. So starting with this project, as soon as we were discussing it, we recognized the amazing opportunity here to create a signature project that honors and complements Heroes Memorial Park, that creates a very strong threshold into the brick and mortar district, and that makes a great community restaurant. And so starting with that idea of the relationship to the park itself and the site, this particular building and the property has an opportunity to foster really intentional cohesion with Heroes Memorial Park. And we think of that as two major points. First, being really respectful of the nature of the park. It is a wonderful open place to enjoy as any outdoor kind of moment that one could enjoy during the week, but it certainly also celebrates remembrance in a very specific way and with really specific events. And we want to be mindful of that and not sort of interfering, but rather, again, more integrated and respectful and complementary, so that the outdoor edges of this parcel where the restaurant sits have a sensitive relationship to the edges of the park, and that, the beauty of each space can look into and kind of, see the other one, but still have a sense of distinction, that if you're eating outdoor at the restaurant, you understand where that starts and stops. And same with the park kind of zone. And it's really just thinking about environmental conditions, such a well-located and oriented site, because in Texas, what you're seeing here is a sun and a wind diagram on the Google Earth of sort of centered right on the spot where the restaurant would be. And the sun paths, as we know, just going from east to west, the uppermost one is summer and then it's fall and winter, so we're kind of understanding where shade and sun move throughout the day. So we're actually really well oriented to have a great shady porch on the south side, but also really well oriented for breezes, which is huge in creating comfortable spaces to enjoy outdoors kind of at all times of day throughout the year. In Texas, you know, all the great cool breezes come from the south in the summer, and we'd be open to that with a porch that's on the park side. And you want to block the cold wind that comes from the north in the winter, where that blue arrow is pointing down at the little red spikes. And that would really be where we're holding the corner as sort of the threshold and entry, but probably less where we'd have people spilling out toward the parking lot where Sprouts is and the other retail buildings. So this is a zoomed in site plan. What we're seeing is the curb cut, and if we were to go off the page at the top to the north, we'd see again that parking lot with Sprouts and the other retail buildings. And where the restaurant could sit, you're sort of seeing this gray set of boxes where the restaurant is, and then sort of beige boxes off of that where different outdoor patios could be, and then a lot of ideas of landscaping and both sense of creating buffers and edges and connectivity, because we're really sensitive to that and want to work really collaboratively with everyone involved to make sure that, again, we strike the right balance of helping activate and really create a great space here while also being respectful and differentiating the spaces. And again, emphasizing that this is such a great threshold that sidewalks should connect all the way from here down along the road, but into the whole brick and mortar district, so that one can park at any number of places and feel like they're really easily connected and able to walk from the Performing Arts Center or other locations past this point. And in terms of material palette, the park itself offers such a rich palette to draw from, and we're definitely thinking about that. As part of the brick and mortar district, we need to incorporate brick, and it feels really appropriate given the weightiness of the stone and monumentality of the walls that are already in the park, and the natural limestone to have a brick pattern or incorporate masonry and then landscape stones that, you know, continue that and reinforce that really beautiful palette that already exists there. So this is an initial concept rendering. Again, we can have lots of opinions about the architecture because it's really early stages here. This will be something that we would love to develop further hand in hand with you and other stakeholders and with some community engagement. But it starts to speak to a way of facing the project toward the park. This is if we're standing kind of on the flagpole side of the lot, looking up northeast at the building and seeing a series of roof shapes that sort of speak to different elements that could be happening there. The one on the left maybe being the entry and the bar area, the one in the middle could be the volume of the main dining, and the one on the right being the big covered porch. Again, taking advantage of great outdoor seating areas. And you'll see lots of vegetation and use of landscape walls to, again, differentiate and really allow for an integration of this with the park without overstepping into the park landscape that's already so lovely. So transitioning, that was kind of about the site. Now talking about the building, which itself is such a big threshold into the brick and mortar district. We've spoken with the development team who wrote all the design guidelines there to make sure we understand them, and read through that 60-page document already to know that we can reinforce both the principles of the district, prioritizing design that's connected, vibrant, resilient, and all of the standards therein about materiality, about lighting, about signage. We feel really confident that we can work in a positive way with all of those guidelines, and they're very well written to be suggestive and sort of directive, but not prescriptive to every project involved. And so we already talked about, thank you, Rosie, where this is located. And again, it's this really great corner that that sort of announces we are entering this new district, or sort of can be a great threshold and transition moment. So we want to respect that and celebrate it by pulling from a lot of the architecture and the design that's already already been done to establish this district and make it really successful already. So this is, again, very early concept rendering of if you're driving, turning north at that corner, how important this building could be as a real identifier and a beautiful moment announcing the arrival at this new place. And then here again, a couple renderings of the building just to see it from other locations. This is standing south toward where there's already a play area. So the park itself already has a little bit of integration of different family-friendly uses, and so we think this could again be really complementary to that in the way it continues to provide more opportunities for engagement and activity. And this is a rendering sort of, if you were just a little bit further down by the water, that the topography raising toward the restaurant will actually help it be a little bit of a lantern and like a wonderful beacon, but also you're not looking straight into diners because your eye level will be actually below, and due to the vegetation and the screening that's possible, it doesn't feel like you're sort of in the restaurant when you're down in the park. And then finally, talking about the restaurant and the programming, the dining experience itself, again, with the selection of the restaurant would come after we're able to start working collaboratively with everyone on this, but we're so excited to make it a vibrant destination that is really aiming to strike the balance of being all day, family friendly, and accommodate a really diverse type of gathering, whether it's folks coming from the Performing Arts Center, going to the park for the day. You know, there's so many different use scenarios that could transition through this space and use it really well. And that it will be, you know, a strong brand that's really great food, good middle price point that makes it great and also accessible to many folks. And as initial ideas for that, we're just drawing from lots of experience that we can pull from here in Central Texas that already are really successful about leveraging relationships to outdoor spaces, great porches, great, you know, integration of kind of activity in places where kids can enjoy themselves as well as adults. So that was zooming through our approach, again, from a design perspective on placemaking being so important to us, and looking ahead for us and next steps if our collaboration with y'all is approved. We'll really look forward to outlining a process that it involves outreach and engagement so that how we select the restaurant, how we design this is really a collaborative process all the way through. So that's it for our section. You guys want to?
That was great. Thank you.
Thanks.
All righty.
So how we have outlined the process moving forward, assuming the agreement is approved today, we would have a 180-day exclusive period to plan our restaurant. The developer will help to identify the operator, prepare a concept plan, and propose incentives if any are necessary. Providing site data, the city will be providing site data, coordinating on infrastructure, and reviewing options. And then we'll negotiate a final development agreement for council consideration. So the action that we have today is to request approval of the resolution awarding the RFP to Nate Nickerson Enterprises, doing business as Common Ground, and to authorize the city manager to execute an exclusive negotiating agreement. Options are to approve the resolution and authorize the execution of the ENA, or to not approve, and staff recommends option 1.
Okay. Do we have any questions or comments?
I would just like to say that I do not envy you the task of having to come up with a fun and vibrant, entertaining place to take my family while still respecting the somber nature of the park nearby. But it sounds like you understand the assignment, and I'm looking forward seriously to what you bring back. I think this is going to be a great thing for the community.
Councilmember Harris.
We are working toward being a dark sky community, so I would like for the lighting to be more muted with that in consideration, especially since it's coming up right at an intersection where excessive lighting is blinding to people. But it's a really pretty concept already, so thank you very much.
Councilmember Zapata.
Oh, I just want to say thank you so much for putting this together. It looks great. I'm already excited to go, whatever it ends up, becoming. And I think the other thing that I want to note is that I really appreciate the idea of even just like the gradation, so that way you're not like just looking at people eating food while you're also at the park. So I just really appreciate the thoughtfulness that it seems that y'all are trying to balance.
Okay, well, my comments is that couldn't be more excited in this sense, because as one of the first council, well, I wasn't on council at the time, but I remember being here when we had TDS announce the building of this park, and we have former council member Tracy Shields over there, who was part of this amazing project. I'm sure she's very excited to finally see that we're getting to this final piece of our park. from day one. It kind of started off as an idea from, former Councilmember Dave Wilson. And now you can see how beautiful it is. And if anybody followed me back in September, I was privileged enough to have retired Private Jessica Lynch. Y'all may have heard about her. She was the Iraq prisoner. She came into town, and I took her to an event in San Marcos. I said, would you like to come by and see our Heroes Memorial? We have a memorial park for our veterans. She thought it was going to be just, monument flags and all that. She was blown away by how big it was and how beautiful it was. And she was saying how amazing the park is. And then she goes, well, what's going on over there? And I said, I'll get back to you on that. So, we're finally at that phase now where we're completing the park. And as we as a city are starting to have more events there, like we just recently had the First Responder Day, and we also have Memorial Day and Veterans Day celebrations we have there. It's nice to finally maybe be able to have a place to where people can congregate right after any kind of ceremonies, but also take part of the park itself, and then be able to have a restaurant or whatever we decide eventually to bring in. And it's just finally that last piece there that we can make, that we can fulfill in that park, in that area. And going to the question about the TERS, before we finalize any kind of concept designs, or we would have to incorporate council along with our TERS members from the county, correct? Just so that way we can be on track with them.
Sure. It'll depend on what type of financial arrangement that we have in the contract that we bring back forward to you. But if there is a financial component out of the TERS, absolutely. It will go back to the TERS board to be considered, and then council. Absolutely.
Sounds good. Okay. Well, I'm excited about this. So is there any other discussion where we make a motion on the table?
I'd like to make a motion to approve agenda item number 3.
Okay. Motion was made by Councilmember Mark McKinney. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Councilmember Zapata to approve agenda item number 30. Do we have any other discussions on this motion? If not, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Anybody opposed? No. Looks like it passes 5-0. Thank you very much for coming out and staying with us this late. Sorry about that, but appreciate it. We're looking forward to it. Right, we're still on track. So agenda item number 31, consider the approval of a resolution to cast all 81 total votes allocating to the city of Kyle for the election nominees named on the official ballot to serve on the board of directors of the Hayes Central Appraisal District 2026 through 29 term of office. We have the man himself, Pervez Moit, Finance Director.
Council members, for the record, I'm Pervez Mohit, City's Director of Finance. This agenda item before you is requesting the City Council to decide how it wishes to cast all 81 votes that has been allocated to the City of Kyle for the 4 nominees that are listed on the official ballot of the Hayes CAT Board of Director position vacancies. There are 2 board of director positions that will be vacant at the end of this month. I have a brief presentation that I will walk you through, and then at the end we'll have some options for you to consider. So some background here. On September 16th and October 8th, the City Council deliberated to consider whether to submit names of nominees to the Chief Appraiser of Hayes Central Appraisal District for listing on the official ballot. So this was the first step I brought forward to council for your consideration. Then on October 8th, after due consideration, the City Council decided not to submit names of nominees for listing on the official ballot at this time, and to review the official ballot when received and to determine how best to cast the city's total allocated number of votes. So that was step 1. The total number of votes allocated to City of Kyle was 81. And here's the formula that was used by Hayes CAT to determine there were a total number of votes for all jurisdictions was 2,000. Then they divided or allocated those votes amongst the jurisdictions within the appraisal district by the amount of the tax levy for tax year 24. So the total tax levy was $800 million. The city's tax levy was $32.3 million, which represented about 4%. 4% of 2,000 votes is 81. So the voting process that the Hays CAT is following and has requested each taxing jurisdiction to consider, votes can only be cast for nominees listed on the official ballot. There's no provision for write-in candidates. Final vote must be in the form of an approved resolution by the city, and the resolution must be submitted to the chief appraiser before December 15th. So which is step two. They sent us the official ballot. We have 4 nominees on the ballot, and the council is being requested to decide how you wish those 81 votes will be allocated amongst the 4 nominees on the ballot. And here are the 4 nominees. Jeffrey Alstock, nominated by Dripping Springs ISD. Mark Jones, nominated by Hays CISD. It's important to note that Mr. Jones' term does not expire until December 31, 2027. Andrea Justice, nominated by Wimberley ISD, and then Nora Puente, nominated by Hays CISD. Jeffrey Eilstock and Nora Puente are both current board members, and these are the 2 board members whose terms are expiring at the end of December. So the deadline to submit completed ballot is December 15th. The required format, as we discussed, has to be in the form of a resolution. As staff, we always present options to council to consider. So here are the 4 options. You may decide to approve the resolution to cast all 81 votes to a single nominee on the official ballot. Option 2, approve the resolution to cast all 81 votes by distributing between nominees listed on the official ballot. Option 3, deny approval of the resolution. And 4 could be any combination council desires. So with that, I'll be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Do you have any questions or comments on the side?
And I will put the ballot before you.
Okay, so going on what we see here, I think we've nominated Mr. Mark Jones before. So if we were to go with a single term, have we spoken to Mark Jones and also Nora Puente on if they were considered wanting to continue to be nominated for these 2 items?
No, we have not.
Okay, so if we were to nominate Mark Jones, how would that reflect his current term right now? Would that add on an additional year, or would it start him all over again? I'm just trying to understand if we decided to go with Mr. Jones.
So this next term, the 2 vacancies are for a 4-year term.
Okay.
So that will take them from January 1, 2026 to December 31st, 2029, I believe. So in case of Mr. Jones, the information that we received from the appraisal district does not disqualify them or him to receive votes. I do not know if this will add additional 4 years to his term, or as
as his term expires, it will take him through the end of 29.
So let's say when his term ends in 27, if he decides to want to continue, then he would be up for reappointment in a sense on that end?
Or he fills in one of the two vacancies.
Fills in
now.
one's in one of the two vacancies, okay. All right, Dr. Harris?
Do we know how long each of these has served?
I do not. There are 9 board members. 3 are elected. 1 is appointed. The Hays County Tax Assessor is appointed on the board. The other 5 are nominated by the jurisdictions.
Okay. But we don't know for a fact that if we nominated one or the other, that they may not get the actual nomination, correct?
They have been nominated, so the names that you're seeing, they are on the
But to
ballot.
be elected.
Right. So there's only 2 vacancies. And the 2 directors that are getting off the current board are Jeffrey Eilstock and Miss Nora Puente.
It's my understanding that the school board, and I could be wrong, but from what it looks like, they weren't aware that there were 2 vacancies. So when they were asked to appoint 2 people, they were like, oh, well, Nora and Mark Jones, the 2 people we already have, without taking into consideration that Mark already serves. And I've had a lot of questions lately, and nobody knows the full answer. Like, what happens if Mark Jones gets, nominated to 2 seats? Does he vote twice? Does he, go for 2 years, 4 years, add them together, get 6 years? I mean, it's a frustrating process. It's also my understanding that because of that, and they were aware that Mark's still serving, that they put all of their votes for Nora Puente. And they pretty much decide. They get the bulk of these votes.
Okay. Anybody on this end have any comments?
I don't know if it's important to anybody else, but Andrea Justice, her husband serves on this board as well.
Okay. Councilmember Harris?
Ready for a motion?
Yes. Mhm.
I'd like to make a motion that we provide all 81 of our votes to Nora Puente.
Okay. We have a motion on the table for Nora Puente to be nominated, the nomination from City Council. Do we have a second?
I'll second that.
Okay. Second by Councilmember Mark McKinney to nominate Nora Puente to the Hays Cat Board. Do we have any other discussions on the motion? Okay. Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Okay. Motion passes 5-0. Okay.
Thank you, Council.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. Thanks for bringing this
Thank you,
back. I know we needed to talk about this about a month ago. Yeah. Okay. Number 32, consider approval of amendment number 3 to the agreement with the STV Incorporated for the comprehensive construction phase services for the wastewater treatment plant phase 2 expansion in the amount of $12,342,142.38 for the total contract amount of $30,125,244.09. Exhibits going to be Director of Water Utilities, Mr. Mike Murphy, sir.
Good evening, Council. Mike Murphy, Director of Water Utilities. I'm going to go through this pretty quick. So the purpose of this amendment, number 3, is the original contract. Is amendment number 3 to the original contract. STV will deliver comprehensive construction phase services for the wastewater treatment plant phase 2 expansion, encompassing project management, active construction oversight, post-construction support, and specialized services for both the early work package and the final work package. And so the project is moving rapidly. If you've been out to, and I know many of you have been out to the wastewater treatment plant recently, there is a lot of work happening out there, and we're trying to move this project along very quickly. So August 1st, 2023, Council awarded a 30% design contract to STV through the RFQ process. STV has completed the 30% wastewater treatment plant preliminary engineering report, provided early work package design, permitting, and bid phase services, and finalizing the design, the design and permitting services for the final works package. The early work package will provide up to 1.5 million gallons additional capacity to address growth and regulatory requirements. And the addition of the early work package provides a total critical capacity 22 months sooner than waiting for the full work package to be completed. So if you remember, probably about 6 or 7 months ago, we presented a strategy to do the early work package to deliver that type 1 water, getting our system up to 6 million gallons a day. And so we're moving on that quickly. So the early work package will increase the wastewater treatment capacity by 1.5 million gallons per day, and the final work package will increase the capacity by an additional 3 million gallons a day for a total capacity of 9 million gallons per day, which is our preliminary goal for the entire project. The early work package is scheduled to be complete November 2026 with 6 million gallons a day of type 1 water. And then the final work package will follow with completion at 2028 with 9 million gallons per day. The early work package will include design for disc filtration, masonry fencing, and landscaping, which is very important to the surrounding neighborhood. The final work package will include, also very important to the surrounding neighborhood, will include odor control, grit removal, aeration basins, clarifiers, digester, and chemical dosage for phosphorus removal. Project summary: a general contractor has been selected for construction of the early work package, Archer Western. And if you remember, Archer Western is the company that is working on the 1626 take point for Arwell Water. The plant's capacity will increase from 4.5 million gallons per day to an interim capacity of 6 million gallons per day, and that's going to happen by November of next year. The proposal also includes construction phase services for the final capacity of 9 million gallons per day, which we have scheduled to be complete in 2028. 60% engineering estimate for the final work package is currently at $158 million. That number can change. Hopefully it will go down, but that's what we're currently estimating. So option 1 for council is to approve the amendment number 3 to the agreement with STV Infrastructure for comprehensive construction phase services for the wastewater treatment plant phase 2 expansion in the amount of $12,342,000 for total contract amount of $30,125,000. Option 2 is not to approve, which we don't recommend. Our recommendation is approve number 3, and I've got Lindsay Webb, who is the lead engineer on this project for STV. She's here if you guys have any questions for either her or myself.
Okay, do we have any questions? Dr. Harris, Councilmember.
What percentage of the water that will be produced in early works and final will be reuse, be producing reuse?
For reuse? Well, we've got commitments right now with Plum Creek Golf Course, which is a substantial amount of water. So that is, they can take up to 900,000 gallons per day, and obviously that contract is going to adjust over the next several years. We also, with the work of the recreation center, we've got water promised for that. So I would say probably right now if we get to the 6 million gallons per day, probably about 20% of that maybe.
And the rest?
The rest we're going to discharge into like we normally are discharging, but we're going to hold that for us because we are, as you all know, in our water master plan, we talked about reusing that water in some other shape, form, either through IPR or DPR. So we're going to hold that.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Any questions on the side? Questions on your end? Councilmember Medina.
So when we met the other day and you went over the plans, everything was laid out, and it's very understandable why we need to move forward with the amendment. In layman's terms, could you explain if it was denied, what would be the result to our city?
Yeah, so that's a really good question. Right now, we're at 4.5 million gallons a day. We're on the very edge of our permittable use or discharge of that plant. And as the city of Kyle grows, it's critically important that we bring this 6 million gallons per day on as soon as possible. That's why we created 2 separate packages. So right now, we're right on the verge of meeting that 4.5 million gallons per day. And we would be in permit violation, to answer your question simply, if we go above that amount.
Thank you for that. We just had a lot of questions from the residents, curious as to why, we would make an amendment now after we've made an amendment in the past and how much longer it would go on. So I wanted them to understand what we were looking at.
Yeah. So the amendments are part of the task order process. They're not considered change orders, which is a different conversation. So the amendments are built into the CIP process, and that's how we go from one phase, like on this particular recommendation. It takes us into this next phase, which is I guess managing. This is a comprehensive package for management and control of the project. It's probably not the right wording, but for construction phase services, I think is a better way to put it.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay. Anybody else? Nope. Okay. Yeah, it's something that is needed. We're a growing city, growing community, and like you said, if we don't get this approved or we're not there, we're going to be in violation. And so that would also include fines, but also where else we're going to pump the water and all that other stuff, correct?
So that's correct. That would be a very bad position for us to be in.
Yes, exactly.
With TCEQ.
Okay. All right. I have nothing else. Anybody have any other questions? Anybody would like to make a motion? This is a big vote.
I'll make a motion to approve agenda item number 32.
Okay.
I'll second.
Okay, great. Okay. Motion was made by Councilmember Mark McKinney to approve agenda item number 32, second by Councilmember Medina. Do you have any other discussions on this item? Okay, those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? All right. Okay, we're down to the last one, ladies and gentlemen. We are at number 33, to receive a report and hold a discussion and provide staff feedback on 311 activities following the March 2025 launch.
Good evening, Council. All right. So Linda Klepper, Chief Communications Officer. The 311 division reports to me. That is a change that was made in September. So this is a new division for me. But it is not something outside of my experience. I managed this type of operation previously. So I'm going to give you an overview of basically just since the launch of 311, which was about 8 months ago, kind of where we're at, give you a snapshot of the program and how it's going. What it is, some key metrics, things that we're looking at, how we're using data to help inform decisions across the city, community response so far, and then some program highlights and looking ahead. So what is Kyle's 311? It's essentially a centralized customer service hub for residents for non-emergency requests. It's a simple way for residents to connect with the city of Kyle and get answers to things or to help get things repaired that they notice that need it. They can do this several ways, either by calling 311, by going on the mobile app if they download that onto their phone, or going to the website. So you can do it a number of different ways. And it was intended to do a couple of things. Provide that customer service touch point, but it also replaces a fragmented system, which previously without this centralized hub, it was kind of being handled differently in each department. And so we wanted to centralize it and make it consistent. So again, initial goals, centralize it, improve response times and increase transparency through routing and case tracking, ensuring that when the residents call and they make a request for something to be addressed and looked at, that the city is doing that and that we have data and information that supports that resident's concern has been noted, that it's being worked on, and then there's a follow-through process as well to let them know it's been completed or it's being routed through the process. Reduce manual workload and sort of break down data silos across departments, enhance resident satisfaction, and then establish real-time reporting and dashboards for accountability and performance tracking.
So these are some of the metrics through October 31st. When I put this together, obviously we're still in November. We haven't ended the month, so we ended it through October 31st. We've had a total of about 18,000 customer interactions. And a total service requests of 2,610. Those requests, the top categories, you can see there, general code concerns, water meter leak, water leaks, high grass and weeds. These are the types of things that most often get called in. Potholes is another one. Average response and closure is 2 days. So all of these different categories have different service level agreements that when the program was created, I believe by Joshua and his team, when it was created, they established service level agreements with the different departments. How long would this type of work take? How long would this type of work take? And so we hold ourselves accountable to make sure we're not going outside of that. And then if we are, what is the reason for that? Why did it take a little bit longer? And approximately 85% of the requests are resolved within that service level agreement. This is a snapshot of the dashboard that we can see internally to track these calls. And this is a snapshot in time. It says total cases received is 2732 because this is as of November 12th, right? So this is beyond that October 31st date. But you can see in there, it breaks down a number of different data points, data sets. You can do it by request type. You can do it by origin. How are people submitting their requests? As you can see, phone is still the most heavily used, but we do have other tools out there that folks are taking advantage of as well. The community response so far has been very positive. We do have a survey that goes out to residents when they submit a request and that request is completed. We ask, how did we do? So far, only about 30 to 40 people have filled that in. And we're gonna look at trying to capture their eye a little bit more with that to get more responses. But overwhelmingly, folks are very positive of this. I think providing that customer service and providing that one call sort of to City Hall allows people ease of getting their requests in and taken care of. Some program highlights. It's enhanced cross-department collaboration. We broke down the silos between departments and centralized the request handling, reduced internal handoffs. So instead of transferring folks around to the different departments, 311 takes ownership of that issue and then they delegate it out to the department. They're responsible for resolving the issue and then routing that back to 311 in the system. This enhances customer service, and it also drives process improvement. So through the SLA process, departments are having to really look at how long is it taking us to do these things, and do we have the right processes and procedures in place? And so it allows a little bit of a check on the departments to make sure, hey, are we working the best way possible? Increases accountability and visibility into service performance. So because we're tracking all of this, we can see how quickly the departments are responding and if they're getting it done. And then if we're getting a call over and over about the same issue, we can track that trend. And so that's another added benefit of the 311 program is capturing all of this data allows us to make better decisions across the city. And so we can see, is there a road that constantly has potholes on it? Maybe we need to look at repairing this road on a larger scale and not just keep fixing the potholes over and over and over every time it rains. And so it allows you to direct resources where they need to go. We also are using AI as part of this tool. And so on our website, if you use our website tool on 311, it allows users to submit service requests through the AI. So if you don't exactly know what request you need to submit, you can just type into the chat, say, I noticed high grass in this area, what do I do? Or, and it'll give you several prompts. You can read some background about what the city's code might be. And then you can also create a request and it'll assist users with that. It also assists staff by triaging incoming inquiries. They can use the knowledge database that was created based on all of our city policies, our city ordinances, and things of that nature. And essentially the AI is used to assist us by reducing call volume, improving after-hours support. If residents notice something at 7 p.m. at night and they call, 311's not in the office, but they can go to the website and they can submit that request right then and there. So looking ahead, there's a few things that we're looking at, considering participation in GovAI Coalition. This is basically a coalition of government agencies using AI, and they're on a mission to do it in a positive way. This is something that came out of, I think, San Jose, California. The city of San Antonio is also on the board of this coalition. And so looking at their processes, their policy recommendations, and seeing how that might apply to our city. Continuing to explore generative AI to enhance 311's knowledge base and automate routine workflows. Agentforce Voice, which is a really neat AI tool, would allow after-hours callers to speak to an Agentforce voice. That is a mouthful. But you would be able to speak to the Agentforce AI chat, and they would be able to help you get a request submitted in the system after hours or when you're managing high call volumes. So at any given point in the day, if we have peak call volumes, you could have 10 to 20 people in the queue waiting. And so this might help alleviate some of that or manage some of that high call volume so people aren't holding as long. And then also establishment of KPI dashboards to track the trends and the performance that I was mentioning earlier. And that's just kind of an overview of the program so far. It's been really great. I don't know if Joshua has anything to add, but he did a really great job establishing the system and the operations. And I've taken it on the last couple of months, and the team is really great. And so it's been a joy to kind of see this thing grow, and I'm excited for where we're headed to.
Good. Anybody have any questions or comments about 311? Councilmember Harris.
I had occasion to use the 311 recently. I wanted to know what the sidewalk repair schedule was for one of the neighborhoods or a couple of the neighborhoods. And it would have taken me quite a while to dig through the website. It's on there, I know it is. The 311 assistant was able to answer my question within seconds. So it really delighted me. But we did have some testimony earlier today from someone who had called 311 and had been handed off to several different things and didn't really feel like there had been a resolution at that point. So do we know how often people are getting handed off from getting their questions answered directly or another time or another time?
Yeah, absolutely. Joshua Connolly, Assistant Director for Finance. We have about an 80% first call resolution rate. It's a little higher than that, it's about 82%. So 82% of the time when we get calls in, we're able to answer that right then and there and not have to go through transfer. Some of the issue is a perception issue. When Kyle was a much smaller city, you maybe knew somebody in one of the divisions or departments, and so you call and you just say, I want to be transferred to Public Works, and there is a wait to get that transfer. But our agents and our personal agents, not our digital ones, are encouraged to ask the callers if they can help them with anything, and try to interject themselves, because oftentimes they have the resources to be able to help the individuals and they don't need that transfer. But there are a few that still just prefer to speak to people in the departments. But we have taken over those phones so that we're ensuring that we get the best messaging and consistency in everything that we do.
So that would be a one-off?
It would be. It should be.
We also monitor hold times and wait times for callers, our processing time, handle times that we have. We're able to track all those metrics, and all of those have been very good. But there are always special situations or a special call or maybe a high call to turnout time. But on average, we're very pleased with the performance of the agents and the times that we have for those calls. But we track all those metrics, every single one.
I'd just like to add, across that 18,000 calls, the average time to answer is about 9 seconds. So they do a really good job.
So it might be 10 seconds, it might be 11, but it's pretty good.
Yes.
Councilmember Zapata.
So when we did orientation, exciting, I was very, very pleased to hear like the results that we had with like the potholes, for example. So I was wondering if you could just state that publicly, like where we started, where we are, and how fast we're able to now solve those issues.
So like, I don't know if I could speak to where we started on that, but
I think I can jump in. I know the exact conversation that Councilmember Zapata was talking about. But when we first started tracking the potholes, first of all, for resource management, as Linda was saying, we started noticing that 80+% of potholes are on 2 to 3 roads within the city, which again, for resource management, I saw Councilmember Tobias looking over here when she mentioned that, it allows us to focus on, rather than just hundreds of potholes that we fill on one street, maybe we should look at repairing that street to a larger scale. But what you're talking about, Councilmember Zapata, we started tracking those potholes, and at first, I think the citizens were happy with the ability to use their phones to submit service requests for potholes, and we had a whole bunch come in. For the first few months, we were averaging around 80, 85 potholes per month. Then it dropped after a couple months down to about 40 to 50 potholes per month. And we looked just recently at the last couple months, and we're down to about 20, 25 potholes per month. So you can see not only the fact that citizens are utilizing it and they're getting done in a timely manner, but that average of the ones that are out there are dropping substantially. So not only resource management, but also tracking and trends over time.
Mm-hmm. Yes, and I just thought that was really, really impressive, and I'm very happy that we're able to track those things. And then I also wanted to say that I really do love the idea of joining the GovAI Coalition. They're great when it comes to just setting some terms that other municipalities are using across the United States when it comes to just data governance, the ethics of AI use, and so that's something that I really do support.
Awesome. Yep, that's something that we're going to be looking at, and they would have the best practices and the standards that we would want to implement. We aren't the only operation that uses AI, and so we want to make sure that across the city that this would be something that we could roll out.
I've had the opportunity to use it a few times, and while I certainly don't expect perfection out of a program that's 6 or 7 months in, I recognize how far we've come since March, and I don't think people realize what a resource 311 is. It's and all the data that it provides and all the other things that it leads to. Like it's really mind-boggling how much information and how beneficial it's been in such a short amount of time.
If you track it in different departments and you're not cross-sharing the data, that's hard for you to make informed decisions, but this consolidates everything. You can see it in one picture and see those trends over time.
Yeah, I guess when you're looking at it, since it was an original pilot program, because me and Jesse had first talked about it, because I was telling him my experience when I was at Apple many decades ago, how we had the Apple Store, how you'd be able to convert all that information. I think now moving forward, we can start utilizing all the data for when it comes to our budget. So we can start saying, okay, which roads are needing the most work out of all the volumes of calls. Let's start looking at that, whether it's sidewalks, whether it's lights that are going out, whether it's the stop signs or whatever it is. I think this is really going to help you guys as well track that to where you can give that information back to Brian and city managers and the department heads, so when they start planning the next budget, which will be here before you know it, they can start utilizing some of that information for their departments to see where we can balance out some of that. So it's also great for data collecting on our end, not so much also as well for the residents to be able to have their problems resolved on that timely manner. So great feedback. Good. All right, do we have anything else? Do you need any direction? Are we good?
Nope, that was it.
All right, okay, I think that was the last agenda item. Again, let me just go and say to Councilmember Medina and Zapata, welcome aboard. This was your first meeting, so we did pretty good on time, and thank you for allowing me to run the meeting again. If we have anything else, make a motion to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn.
All right, second, we are adjourned.